business address to the inquiry.
My name is Thomas Ross Evans. I'm a director at Resonate Consultants, and my business address is level 4, 440 Elizabeth Street, Melbourne.
And you're an acoustician?
I am, yes. Yep,
and go ahead, please.
I have a Bachelor of Engineering, Mechatronic Engineering from the University of Adelaide, and over 15 years of experience working as a noise and vibration consultant, assessing noise, environmental noise and vibration from various sources, including over 15 years in the area of wind turbine noise.
And in terms of your experience in wind turbine noise, could you just give us a summary of some of the tasks or some of the things you've done for on wind projects in terms of noise issues?
Yeah, certainly. So my experience, I guess, covers the whole range of a project, from predictions for proposed wind farms and assessment against applicable noise limits and against a standard such as New Zealand Standard 6808. I've also been involved in conducting background noise monitoring to establish existing conditions prior to construction of a wind farm, as well as post-construction monitoring of operational wind farms.
Okay, and you undertook a peer review of the SONUS environmental noise assessment?
Yes, I did.
And that peer review is included as Appendix E3 of the EES?
That is the one, yes.
And you've prepared a witness statement for the purpose of this hearing?
I have.
Are there any changes in opinions or corrections you wish to make to that statement?
No, there are none.
And you adopt that statement as a basis for your evidence today?
I do.
Now, you also participated in a conclave of the acousticians with Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Hewson? I
did, yes.
Are there any matters set out in the joint statement that you wish to change or modify?
No, my statements in that are my opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And you've prepared a PowerPoint presentation for the purpose of your evidence in chief. Can you confirm that there's no new evidence or no new information in that PowerPoint presentation beyond what's included in your statement or your peer review report?
No, there isn't. There's and I guess it touches on the opinions given in the acoustic conclave as well.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Then I invite you to take us through your presentation, please.
Okay, is it? I have disabled screen sharing.
Don't ask me, Mr. Evans.
I'm not sure if someone else is able to. Here we go. There's my. Thank you, whoever enabled that. Let me. Try and get this. Has my presentation appeared?
It has on my screen, yes.
Excellent. So as stated before, my opinions have already provided in my expert witness statement, which is tabled document 27, and I don't intend to go over them in detail today in this presentation. The key conclusions I'd like to draw out from that statement that the SONUS environmental noise assessment that was prepared for the environment effect statement and accompanied the EES is in my opinion satisfactory. And I'm of the opinion that the Willatook wind farm can operate in accordance with the relevant requirements for noise and vibration that apply in Victoria. I'm also satisfied that the proposed draft permit conditions that were put forward by the proponent in their Part A submissions, at least those relating to noise and vibration, meet relevant requirements. In the presentation today, I really wanted to touch on three aspects. The first is the acoustic conclave outcomes, so the outcomes of the conclave between Mr. Turnbull, Mr. Hewson and myself, and in particular the disagreed items. I touch on a few of the key items that came out of the submissions that were received on the EES, and then the draft planning permit conditions. So in terms of the acoustic conclave between Mr. Turnbull, Mr. Hewson and myself, there were a number of agreed items from the conclave, and then the key ones I am highlighting today. The first is that generally it was agreed that the EES adopts an appropriate approach to standards, regulations, and guidelines. And a important item amongst that was that the New Zealand Standard 6808/2010 is the appropriate standard for the assessment of wind turbine noise. It was also agreed that special laudable characteristics would need to be assessed post-approval. And there was an agreement between each of the experts that the current background noise monitoring results, while suitable for characterising the existing environment, were not appropriate for setting noise limits for wind turbine noise. And the EES was consistent with that, in that it was assessed compliance against the minimum applicable noise limit of 40 decibels. Additionally, it was generally agreed between the experts that the draft permit conditions put forward by the proponent were appropriate, other than where I've noted below amongst the disagreed items. So moving to the disagreed items, the major items that I wanted to highlight today: the application of low frequency noise criteria, and Mr. Hewson has recommended a permit condition be applied requiring the assessed low frequency noise criteria for the project. The application of the high amenity provisions of New Zealand Standard 6808, and the wind turbine noise prediction methodology. And Mr. Hewson has recommended a permit condition for that as well. And it's those three items I'll talk to next. In terms of low frequency noise criteria, Mr. Hewson has proposed that low frequency noise criteria from a UK guideline produced by the University of Salford under a contract for DEFRA in the UK, NAN R45, be included as a condition on the planning permit. I disagreed with this as part of the conclave, and the reason for that is that in Victoria we do have a relevant document for low frequency noise assessment, EPA Victoria publication 1996. And probably worth noting here that that EPA publication is relatively recent and does actually draw upon guidance such as the UK DEFRA guidance already. Importantly, the EPA Victoria guideline excludes wind turbine noise from assessment against it, noting that it is the appropriate assessment tool for wind turbine noise is New Zealand Standard 6808/2010. So this has already been considered, and the relevant guidance in Victoria excludes wind turbine noise from assessment against those low frequency noise criteria. For ancillary infrastructure, so noise generated by, for example, the substation and the proposed BESS, the EPA guideline can certainly be used to assess low frequency noise from that. That was carried out as part of the EES noise and vibration assessment. But I'm not of the opinion that a permit condition is required, because it's enforced via the environment protection regulations. The regulations include frequency spectrum as a prescribed factor for the assessment of unreasonable noise, such that if there is reason to believe, once the ancillary infrastructure is operating, that there is unreasonable low frequency noise being produced, the EPA guideline is already the relevant tool that would be used for the assessment of that, if necessary. Finally, I don't believe it's appropriate or necessary for a permit condition around low frequency noise for construction noise. Construction noise is somewhat different to operational noise in that it sometimes needs to produce a higher level of noise, and the appropriate management methodology for it is set out in EPA guideline 1834, but it's really around the times at which construction noise can occur. And so concentrating those noisier activities during normal working hours, still putting in place reasonably practical management measures during normal working hours, but certainly concentrating those noisier activities during that time, and putting in place appropriate controls around what works can occur out of hours. And if we look at nighttime, for example, there are already very stringent requirements for the control of construction noise at night that require inaudibility unless those works meet the requirement for unavoidable works. The other disagreed item was around the high amenity provisions of New Zealand Standard 6808. My understanding is this has already been covered in the hearing under Mr. Turnbull's evidence, but broadly speaking, a high amenity area under the New Zealand standard is areas, well, the New Zealand standard states that under special circumstances, certain areas may warrant a higher standard of amenity than others, but it's very clear it only applies under special circumstances. Mr. Hewson has suggested that the high amenity limit, which would be a 35 decibel noise limit, should apply in the farming zone, and he's not specified a wind speed threshold up to which it should apply. Now, the New Zealand standard is also clear that it's only intended that a high amenity limit applies under low wind speed conditions, and recommends that a default wind speed threshold of 6 meters a second be that threshold, such that the high amenity limit only applies at those lower wind speed conditions. It's my opinion that Mr. Hewson's position is inconsistent with the approach to high amenity for other wind farms in Victoria, notably Cherry Tree Wind Farm, where it was deemed that a farming zone was not high amenity, but also more recently Golden Plains Wind Farm, where it was deemed that while the farming zone was not high amenity, a township zone that was nearby was high amenity, or at least should be assessed as a potential high amenity area. It is also contrary to the recently released EPA Victoria Wind Energy Facility Turbine Noise Regulation Guidelines, which state very clearly that a high amenity limit should not apply to the farming zone. And furthermore, for any area where a high amenity limit is triggered, it should only apply up to a hub height wind speed of 6 meters a second. And I think that's important to bear in mind when talking about a high amenity limit, that it's only intended to apply under low wind speed conditions. So even though a 35 decibel limit might apply rather than a 40, at 6 meters a second, all wind turbines I'm aware of will not be operating at their maximum sound power output, such that it's not simply a 5 decibel reduction in noise limit. It only applies at lower wind speeds, where the turbines are generally quieter. And as such, reflecting that information above, I do not consider that the high amenity provisions of the New Zealand standard should apply to the farming zone. There was also discussion in the conclave on the wind turbine noise prediction methodology. The EES presented 2 alternative wind turbine noise prediction methodologies. Based on my experience in the measurement of noise from operating wind farms, I'm expecting that those prediction methods will provide conservatism in the order of between 2 to 4 decibels. That is to say, if the wind farm was built exactly as considered in the SONUS assessment, with that selected candidate turbine, I would expect that the wind turbine noise that was produced would be 2 to 4 decibels below what was predicted in the EES. As part of the peer review and also in my expert witness statement, I noticed that the predictions are based on a wind turbine with a relatively low sound power level. One of the candidate wind turbine that was selected is one of the quieter ones of the currently available wind turbines, although the risk of this, in my view, is offset by the conservatism of the predictions I noted above. Mr. Hewson put forward a statement that the permit conditions should prescribe a wind turbine noise prediction method. My opinion is that that's not appropriate for a permit condition. It doesn't allow for the development of further information, new methods for the prediction of wind turbine noise that might be appropriate. So in my opinion, it's preferable, the proposed permit conditions will require a pre-construction noise assessment to be prepared by a suitably qualified acoustic consultant. And my opinion is that the preferred approach should be for the consultant who prepares that pre-construction noise assessment to justify the selected method or methods that they use. Moving on from the conclave, I wanted to touch on some of the concerns that arose from submissions, not one by one, but I guess some of the concerns that were adopted more by a number of submitters. One was just a concern around their experience of noise from MacArthur Wind Farm, that it could be heard at reasonable distances. So I think it's important to note that the New Zealand Standard 6808/2010 requires cumulative noise from both sites, MacArthur and Willatook, if they were to operate together. That noise must achieve compliance with the noise limits. The EES undertook that assessment. It also considered noise from other proposed wind farms in the area, and approved wind farms in the area, and confirmed that the cumulative noise levels were predicted to comply with the noise limits. However, it's also important to note that compliance with those noise limits does not result in inaudibility. And so just purely the ES assessment is not an assessment of whether a wind turbine noise will be audible or not. It's an assessment against the noise limits that apply. The submissions array, some submissions raised concern around the background noise testing that was conducted for the EES. My opinion is that additional background noise testing will be required, while the project has shown that it's capable of complying with minimum applicable noise limits. There is that requirement, I believe, for additional background noise testing to be conducted, but also that this is best conducted as close as possible to construction commencement. It's ideal that those background noise measurements be conducted as close as possible to the time at which post-construction noise monitoring would be required. And it's worth noting that any background noise testing must carefully consider noise from MacArthur Wind Farm. It's under the cumulative compliance requirements of the New Zealand standard. If noise from MacArthur Wind Farm cannot be used as background noise to try and establish a higher project noise limit for Willatook. So that there will need to be careful consideration of that. Some submissions raise concerns about special audible characteristics. Special audible characteristics not able to be assessed at the planning stage. While they're, in my experience, an unusual occurrence from wind farms, where they do occur, it's quite a complex relationship with the background noise, with the conditions under which they are actually generated from the wind turbines, and it's not something that can actually be assessed in detail at the planning stage. The New Zealand standard specifies objective procedures to assess special audible characteristics and requires that occur during post-construction noise monitoring, so there will need to be an assessment that's conducted. And importantly, contingency measures exist in the event that they occur, and the environment protection regulations will require those contingency measures to be implemented should a non-compliance occur. And a number of concerns were raised about ongoing compliance. Recently in Victoria, there's been a change with the new environmental protection regulations, introducing a number of requirements that are relevant to the ongoing management of noise from wind farms. It's beyond just the simple requirement to conduct post-construction noise monitoring after a site commences operation. A wind farm operator must also prepare a noise management plan and importantly implement that plan, and including procedures for complaints management, ongoing maintenance, and the like. And every year, an annual statement must be submitted to EPA Victoria regarding compliance. And at minimum, noise monitoring must be repeated on a 5-yearly basis. So there are significant requirements that apply for the managing ongoing noise or compliance of noise from wind farms. Finally, I wanted to touch on the draft planning permit conditions that were put forward in the proponent submissions and a couple of key aspects from those. Condition 16 here is the condition that would require a pre-construction noise assessment to be prepared for the wind farm. Importantly, the two key aspects there, 16C, it will ensure any assessment is updated for any change in turbine type, so that if there is a change from the candidate wind turbine that the ES has been assessed upon, that will be appropriately considered. And 16D would require additional background noise measurements to be conducted as part of that pre-construction noise assessment. Condition 18 is around the management of developing and implementing a construction noise and vibration management plan. One of the key risks for any construction project is obviously the noise and vibration impact associated with out-of-hours works. And there are, condition 18E1 includes a rationale for justifying works that are proposed to occur out of hours. And condition 18F ensures that there's an independent party that would assess those applications for out of hours works to ensure that they do need to occur out of hours, and where they do, that they are appropriately managed. And finally, draft planning permit condition 20 while the environment protection regulations will ensure that there would be post-construction noise monitoring of wind turbine noise. That's a requirement of the regulations. There's no such explicit requirement that applies for ancillary infrastructure such as the BESS and substation. So draft planning permit condition 20 puts in place a requirement for that monitoring to occur. So in conclusion, it's my opinion that the noise and vibration assessment prepared for the Willatook Wind Farm EES is satisfactory. And considering the information available in the EES and the submissions received, it's my opinion that the project can operate in accordance with the relevant noise and vibration requirements during both construction and operation. Finally, I'm of the opinion that the draft planning permit conditions are appropriate for managing noise and vibration associated with the project in conjunction with the environment protection regulations that will apply. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Evans. Before I finish with you, I just want to ask you one hypothetical question. You've explained in your presentation that, in your opinion, a draft planning permit shouldn't specify the noise prediction method for the reasons that you've outlined, and we understand that evidence. We don't know what the inquiry is going to think about that, your evidence on that topic, but if there was to be a method, do you have a preference? Do you have a view?
I think my view is that the current industry
Yes.
best practice or good practice would be to adopt the recommendations of the UK Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide. Those recommendations are referenced in various guidelines within Australia. They are a reference, so the Queensland State Code includes a reference to the UK Institute of Acoustics, as does the South Australian EPA wind farm noise guidelines. It's in my opinion the most appropriate method to adopt for the prediction of wind turbine noise.
And I think Mr. Turnbull explained last Friday that publication, the noise prediction method in that publication is ISO 9613.
It is, yes, with some minor adjustments,
yes.
but important adjustments to make it suitable for the prediction of wind turbine noise.
All right, thanks. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. On Friday, the Willatook Landscape Preservation Societies indicated sought to ask questions of you and the Moyne Shire Council. So we have here Mr. Feta. What we'll do is we'll have questions of Mr. Feta over 30 to 40 minutes before we call for a morning break. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Feta. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Evans. Can you hear me and see me okay?
I can, Mr. Feta.
Great. And have you had the chance to read the submission that my client, the Society, filed in the matter?
I have, yes.
Okay, good. That might just help you understand where some of my questions are going. And I just wanted to ask you about a number of topics dealt with in your report. I'll be able to put things on screen, but if you want to see something, then just ask for it. Now, your report sets out that various government agencies support the use of the New Zealand standard, correct?
Yes, well, but that it's written into the various guidelines and into the environment protection regulations in Victoria. Yes.
Yes, but just so you understand where I'm going, part of what the Society is putting to the panel is that in this particular case, the New Zealand standard should not be adopted, and that's the matter I wanted to explore with you now. You would agree that the New Zealand standard is a method for, at least at the compliance stage, assessing whether noise emissions on average fall within acceptable limits, yes?
That's one of the aspects that the New Zealand standard addresses, yes. So
okay.
Be cautious about, I'm not quite sure about on average as a generalisation, but it prescribes a method for assessing whether for measuring wind turbine noise, and then also sets noise limits against which that measurement can be compared.
Yes, but what I mean is at the compliance stage, for example, you will test, you will record noise for a minimum of 10 days to get something like 1,400 data points, yes?
Yes, although generally, I think it's accepted industry practice now that you'd measure for longer than 10 days, but the 10 days is the minimum set forth by the New Zealand standard.
And then we've shown the panel the actual document, but you draw a regression curve, correct?
You do, yes.
Which effectively averages out the data that you've collected, correct?
A simplification, but yes, broadly speaking, yes.
So, and again, I'm not trying to capture little details. I'm just putting to you that in the broad, it is getting at, it's showing you a curve that shows how on average the noise changes with wind speed, yes?
It does, yes.
Okay. And so one of the flaws or difficulties or features of the standard is it doesn't really deal with intermittent noise, does it?
Well, it does in certain depends on what respect you mean by intermittent noise. Yes.
Let me be clear.
Yep.
Let's say that the wind farm, for whatever reason, once a week is very loud at 3 in the morning, such that it could wake people from sleep. Okay. Now
Yes.
that would just appear once a week as one data point in the total data set, wouldn't it?
Not quite. Well, it would if you analyse the total data set, but it's important to note that there are provisions under the New Zealand standard to consider if there are unusual changes or markedly different changes that occur under different conditions. So 7.4.1 of the New Zealand standard talks about if there are markedly different groups within a scatter plot, then separate scatter plots may be required for different conditions, including wind directions and times of day. So there are provisions in the standard to assess events that might be out of the ordinary with different factors that apply.
Okay, now if whoever's in charge will let me share screens, I'll put 7.4.1 on the screen and we can have a look together. Is that someone at your end, Chair?
No, but I think that person is listening. There you go. You should be able to now, Mr. Fitter.
Yes, I can now. So, Mr. Evans, here's 7.4.1. This is only about background measurements, isn't it?
It is, but perhaps then the next one to drop down to might be, I believe, 7.5.2, which talks about scatter plots shall be drawn for during the post-installation sound levels against wind speeds and regression curves. So, in my opinion, the standard does allow for it to occur,
yes,
and does require it to the assessment to at least be conducted under both background and post-installation.
Okay, but you said earlier it was that if unusual patterns were observed, you could make corrections for it. Is that right?
Well, certainly it could be if you, look, one of the things I put forward in my evidence was in relation to background noise measurements, that if you did have a markedly different background noise level measured during the nighttime, then you would, in general, under the New Zealand standard, set a separate background noise assessment for the night. But the same can apply for the operational noise measurements. If you noted a markedly different occurrence during downwind conditions, for example, that it would be appropriate to assess that separately.
But it's too late, isn't it, once the wind farm's built, that you notice that it's loud at night? The criteria have been set, haven't they?
Not well. It depends how those criteria have been set. I don't see the background data would still, I imagine, be available. I think if there's I guess in my view, there are two assessments. There's the first assessment you do, which is to set appropriate criteria, which does consider potential changes in background noise with different conditions. And then during operation, you should firstly assess any separate, if you've assessed background separately for night, then it's appropriate to assess operation separately for night. Mm-hmm. But I don't see anything in there that prevents you from reconsidering separate analysis for night. For different conditions during operation.
Yeah, and from your answers, it seems you'd agree with me that a lot of the New Zealand standard depends on the approach taken by the acoustician applying it. Would you agree that there's a lot of room for interpretation?
I'm not sure interpretation is necessarily the word, but there does have to be a level of data analysis. And one of the challenges of that aspect of the New Zealand standard is determining what markedly different means in that instance.
We'll come to that, but just picking up the point you made before, Mr. Turnbull hasn't himself sought to do a different analysis of night versus day noise, has he?
It's not presented in the ES as to whether an analysis was done. I'm not able to comment.
Okay, but in your opinion, it would be preferable, wouldn't it, to separate out background day and night when assessing what noise criteria should be applied, correct?
It would be appropriate to consider whether the background noise levels differ between the two conditions, and if there is a marked difference, then to set separate noise limits for day and night. Yes.
Now, returning to the New Zealand standard overall, you're aware, aren't you, that in other wind farms, specific protection's been put in for sleep? Yes.
In what context?
So, for instance, the Bald Hills wind farm had a condition that protected against excessive noise for more than 10% of a night. Are you aware of that? I'm
aware it's been applied to some wind farms in Victoria. Yes, yes. None that I'm aware of that have been improved recently. But no, but I'm suggesting what I want to know is whether you agree that it's a good idea to guard against intermittent night noise, to have a specific protection for so that noise can't be excessive for more than 10% of the night. Would you agree with that? So my opinion is that the Bald Hills condition that related to that is incredibly difficult to assess in practice. I believe Mr. Turnbull may have alluded to this in his evidence already, but having to say again, it's a condition that would often be exceeded during background noise without the wind farm operating, yes, which makes it incredibly difficult to assess in practice. So in my opinion is that the provisions are already in the New Zealand standard to allow for assessments against different times of day, different wind directions. I think it is preferable from a practical perspective for that to be for the New Zealand standard to be applied as I consider the standard would have intended it to be applied, using the methodologies allowed for under the standard. Okay, and yet there's a risk, isn't there, that an acoustician who's perhaps not as rigorous as you when it comes to compliance would just have all the data in there, aggregated, wouldn't try to analyse at different times of day or wind speeds, and would simply say that when you draw the overall regression line, on average, this wind farm is quiet, therefore it complies. That's the risk, yes? Look, there is a risk. I would consider that acoustician hasn't, if that assessment hasn't been conducted, then it hasn't been conducted in accordance with the standard. Yes, except that that's your opinion about how the standard applies, and other acousticians, I'm suggesting to you, have a view that that sort of aggregated approach is okay. I'm not able to comment on other acousticians' opinions. Okay. And in terms of the New Zealand standard, again, it provides that the addition of noise, the noise added by the wind farm, can be tested by one of two means: on-off testing, if the wind farm operator elects, alternatively, this inferential approach, correct? Correct. And it's right that wind farm operators don't usually choose to allow on-off testing because it costs them profit, yes? I'm not able to comment on why on the reasons for not testing. I can comment on it from an acoustic consultant perspective, is that on-off testing is typically the second method that would be adopted if there was doubt about the first method that you've described, the inferential method, as you've called it. But again, under the New Zealand standard, it would only be if the operator agreed to go to that second stage. Under the standard, they could simply say, sorry, we're not prepared to allow on-off testing, correct? Well, the operator has an obligation to demonstrate that they comply with the noise limits. So the New Zealand standard is written from the perspective that the operator is the one who is commissioning the testing to assess, yes, whether it complies. I guess it is up to them and the advice they've got from their consultants as to how they go about demonstrating that or assessing that they comply with the New Zealand standard. I can't comment on why they may or may not go with a particular method. Okay, but in your experience, which you've explained in wind farm compliance, is it right that the operators in general have told you to assess compliance using the inferential approach? Told is not the correct what I would say.
You choose whichever word you like. But
My advice to if we were engaged to conduct post-construction monitoring is that we would normally undertake the inferential approach, as you call it, as the first step, and on-off testing may need to be considered if there is some doubt about the outcomes of that first approach.
Okay, but then when you're doing the first approach, you yourself would disaggregate day and night analysis.
You would undertake an analysis to work out if there were marked changes under different conditions.
Okay, thank you. Now, just before I move off the standard, you have in your PowerPoint the draft conditions that you support, yes?
Yes.
And that will provide for a whole range of other testing and acoustic reports to be submitted, correct?
Well, it will require, from a wind turbine noise perspective, it will require the submission of a pre-construction noise assessment report based on the final selected wind turbine. And
the language you supported had that come from a quote suitably qualified acoustician, correct?
Yes.
Now, it's important, isn't it, that acoustician be independent? Yes.
I'm not sure in what context you mean independent, but but they are, I guess, an acoustic consultant who is suitably qualified. I'm not sure how you mean independent in this context.
Well, in particular, that they, for instance, are free to tell the client and write in their report, therefore tell the minister that in their view on-off testing would be needed to come up with a proper assessment. So it's not simply that they're allowed to act on instructions from the operator if the operator says, well, we're only allowing inferential testing. Would you agree with that?
I agree that a consultant should be able to write what their opinion on the best way to test compliance is, but that's not the purpose of a pre-construction noise assessment. The pre-construction noise assessment is to assess whether the final proposed wind turbine design and selection is capable of complying with the project with New Zealand Standard 6808. It's not in relation to post-construction noise testing. Post-construction noise testing is addressed under the environment protection regulations for wind farms.
Sure, but I think in the draft condition 18, there's reference to an independent environmental auditor being engaged. I'm asking whether you would object to the language being made consistent throughout the noise conditions to require the acoustic expert to be independent.
I don't have a significant objection to it, but I don't quite see the purpose of it in the context of the pre-construction noise assessment. If the concern is around having an independent environmental auditor, I believe that is probably addressed in condition 17, which requires an environmental auditor to verify that the pre-construction noise assessment complies with the New Zealand standard requirements.
Well, one reason is it's right that if further background testing is done and submitted to the minister, that objectors like my client don't get to see that material and don't get to test it. You agree that that's how the system works?
I'm not able to comment on where the data is provided. Okay. It needs to be submitted to the responsible authority, and the assessment and the that goes through an verification by an independent auditor.
Okay, but you yourself, if you had performed such further background testing, I take it you wouldn't have any objection to another acoustician having a look at your work and providing any comment to the minister on whether they thought you'd done a proper job?
No, I would not.
Right. Can I move now to the other parts of your report? Let's deal with the background testing. And it's accepted, my client understands that this isn't directly relied upon by the proponent, but it is nonetheless interesting, perhaps as a taste of things to come when it comes to the compliance stage. You would agree that it would be important at the compliance stage to have accurate background data for each property that might be affected by noise, yes?
It's a requirement of the New Zealand standard is that it's conducted considered for each house within the 35 decibel contour. It may not be possible to conduct monitoring at every house within the 35 decibel contour, and so there are provisions to allow for representative monitoring at one location to be considered representative of another if suitable justification is provided. So in accordance with the standard, that those are the requirements that apply for background noise monitoring.
Sure, but you agree it's preferable to have it at the same location so that you're not dealing with apples and oranges.
Certainly, if you need to conduct post-construction noise monitoring at a residence, then absolutely it is preferable that you have background noise monitoring from that same residence and location.
Yes. And again, I don't know if you're aware, but other wind farm permits have specifically required or identified the properties at which background testing should be done. Would you support that approach here?
No, my view is the New Zealand standard approach. That may have been something that applied under. I can't speak for all wind farm permits that have been issued, but it was something that I had seen previously applied under ones where the 1998 standard was the relevant tool. I think the New Zealand standard, the 2010 standard, already addresses that with consideration of the 35 decibel contour, and that contour will potentially change as part of the pre-construction noise assessment. So rather than mandating locations, I think it's appropriate to follow the recommendations of the standard.
Okay. Now, Mr. Turnbull has established what he sets out as background noise levels. I'll just quickly flash them on the screen so that we're on the same page about it. You see there's a table here?
Yes.
Okay. And these are measured over a 24-hour period. They're averages therefore of the whole 24 hours, yes?
Well, 6 weeks, but looking at all the data aggregated in a single graph is my understanding.
Yes, but what I'm putting to you, I think you've agreed, is that there's no separate analysis of day and night, is there?
No, there is not. Okay,
and you'd agree with me that nighttime noise is likely to be significantly lower than the averages displayed here?
Not necessarily. I think there's important. So the primary cause of background noise at a given residence would be wind through the vegetation, particularly the trees around that house.
Yes.
So it'll depend on the wind conditions that occur during day and night.
Yes.
It is possible it will differ if you looked at nighttime separately to 24-hour, but I've not done that analysis.
Okay, well, I'm going to help you do it now, if you don't mind. Let's just have a look at D15, which at low wind speeds is 27 up to 34. You see that?
I do. Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Turnbull has provided us in his statement with actual recordings from that property over, it looks to be only about a month or so. Can you see on D15?
I can, yes.
And what I'm suggesting is that these low points corresponding with the vertical midnight lines show you the night noise being around 20 decibels. You see that? Apart from this period here where they're louder for a couple of nights. You see that?
I can, yes.
All right. Now, we don't know the wind speeds here, but Mr. Turnbull was showing this graph and he suggested that that might be a couple of windy nights.
It could be, yes.
These would probably be still nights. Would you agree with that?
It's difficult to say. It can't see the wind speed, so can't really comment. But other than to say at night time, the background noise levels are lower than during the day. However, we don't know an important element from looking at these figures, which is the hub height wind speed.
That's true. But if it was windy at the residence, you would expect much louder noise than 20 decibels measured, correct?
You would, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, that is another oddity of the New Zealand standard, isn't it? That although you're concerned about noise at a particular residence, when you're dealing with wind speeds, you're not getting the data from the location of the residence. You're getting it from the field of turbines, aren't you?
The New Zealand standard is based on assessment against hub height wind speeds, and yes, there is the relationship between the hub height wind speed and the wind speed at the residence can change.
Except that for a field of turbines that might be 10 kilometres in extent, you might have the Met mast a long way away from the residence in contemplation, yes?
Well, it can be a number of kilometres away. I'm not sure if that necessarily addresses the long way away, but yes, a Met mast that's used for a reference wind speed can be a number of kilometres away from a dwelling.
Yeah, but the point I'm really putting to you is that the wind speed, therefore, at the dwelling is not necessarily the same wind speed that's measured wherever the meteorological mask might be, correct?
It's not necessarily been my experience. I think what the greater difference will occur between the difference from the wind speed at 169 meters up in that height, in this case, versus the wind speed at, let's say, 5 to 10 meters around the dwelling. It's more likely that there will be change in the relationship with wind speed with height. I'm not able to comment on the relationship of wind speed over distance. With distance.
But at least you'll agree that if you're talking about what's happening at the residence and protection from noise, then whether leaves rustle in the trees is all about what the wind is doing at the location of residence at, 5 and 10 and 15 meters up. You'd agree with that?
Yes, background noise will be controlled by wind speed at a given residence. Will be controlled by wind speed at around the height of that residence.
But what I'm putting to you is that the New Zealand standard ignores that wind scenario and it gets all of its wind inputs into its scatter plots from somewhere else at different heights. Yes.
I'm not sure ignores that scenario is correct. As I said before, it does allow for assessment with different conditions that occur. But it is based on assessment against hub height wind speed. Okay.
And so for D15, if we I'll take you now. I'll turn this off, but we'll just remember that 20 decibels is a sort of suggested quiet nighttime background. Okay, I'll come back to that. And I'll ask you now about the noise limits set by the New Zealand standard. Sorry, before I move off that topic, there was just one other matter, maybe two, to do with backgrounds. The first is that you will have observed that the backgrounds that Mr. Turnbull relies on were measured about a dozen years ago, yes?
Yes.
And in that time, what Mr. Turnbull's evidence was that the tree growth and even home renovations won't have made a difference to the background noise levels as monitored at the residence at all. Now, that struck me as very unusual. What do you say to that?
I can't speak specifically to what Mr. Turnbull might have answered. The change in the growth of vegetation can change background noise levels. If we consider that the wind through the trees is a primary source of background noise, then it makes sense that change in the level of tree coverage can change background noise. As to home renovations, other than when they're potentially occurring, such that you've got the works associated with them, I can't see how they could it would have any substantial effect on the background noise levels.
Well, what I put to Mr. Turnbull is that if, a new wing of a house or new structure is put in place, it can mask noise and block noise, and he disagreed. That
would be consistent with my experience, Mr. Turnbull's answer, that I don't see how the typical type of home renovations that would occur on regional properties would in and of themselves cause a change in background noise.
All right, but nevertheless, you do recommend that all the background data be updated, don't you?
Yes, in accordance with and at locations selected in accordance with the New Zealand standard.
Okay. Coming then to the noise limits themselves, the New Zealand standard, as you've set out, says that the lower limit can be justified in, quote, special circumstances, but it doesn't really give any firm guidance as to what justification means and when those special circumstances arise. Would you agree with that?
It gives some evidence that would align with the New Zealand planning scheme, but
yes.
but no, it doesn't give clear guidance that can be directly applied in all instances to Victoria, and that's where we've had to rely on other advice as laid out in my presentation today.
Yeah, and ultimately it's a judgment call and evaluation, isn't it, as to what special circumstances are. So a children's hospital, for instance, might attract high amenity protection for obvious reasons, yeah?
I'm not necessarily sure that would be an example of it. you're making an assumption there about what a children's hospital might require in the way of an acoustic environment. Look, ultimately, my view is it's like any industrial noise limit in Victoria. There's authorities will give guidance as to what they consider appropriate limits for different zoning areas. As I pointed out in my presentation, EPA has given guidance that the high amenity limit doesn't apply to a farming zone in Victoria.
Yes, that's the view of those agencies. But just dealing with the words of the New Zealand Standard, I'll flash them up on the screen just so we agree. Now, these are legal matters, how to interpret the document, but I'm interested in how, in practice, acousticians have approached it. You would agree with me that the text in the grey box is not itself part of the standard. It's explained earlier on that this is guidance, but this is the rule, yes?
Correct. Yes, that's my interpretation too.
Okay, so these things can give guidance, but they're not binding. You don't treat them as binding, do you?
No, you wouldn't. They're a way of demonstrating how the standard might be, how assessment might be conducted against the standard, but they're not mandatory.
Yeah. So, for instance, where it says there's no need to consider locations outside the 35 decibel contour, that's not a hard and fast rule. If you had a place that was right outside the contour but was full of sleeping children, as I have assumed, need noise protection, you might say, all right, I'm going to at least consider whether this whether a special rule is justified. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's part of the commentary, so it's not a mandatory requirement of the standard.
Yeah. But one thing that the commentary does suggest is you effectively are testing to see what the change in nighttime noise is going to be like. Yes.
Yes. The methodology there looks at the comparison of the predicted noise levels to the measured background noise levels.
Yeah. So if you're getting a change of more than 8 decibels, then a limit is likely to be justified. Yes.
Although there's cautious here that this is represents a two-step approach. That first you have to determine that an area is intended to be high amenity under the standard. So a high amenity noise limit should be considered where a plan promotes a higher degree of protection or amenity related to the sound environment in a particular area is mandatory. And then my interpretation of C5.3.1 is that applies really to the last part of 5.3.1, that you consider where that's looking in an area where high amenity should be considered, so it has met the requirement of 5.3.1. C5.3.1 tells you how you might consider that last sentence of 5.3.1. So it's a two-step process. First, the area has to meet the requirement to be considered. C5.3.1 gives you an indication that assess whether the background noise itself is also appropriate for high amenity.
All right. As I said, it's a matter of legal interpretation, so I won't trouble you with it, except just to indicate for the panel, and you're welcome to comment. It seems to me that these two rules sit together, so that this is the rule here that attracts the 35 decibels. It's special circumstances. But then there's a second rule that tells you to consider whether or not that criterion is met, where planning zone provides for high amenity. And so what we'll be putting to the panel is it's not a two-step approach that simply assists you in understanding what these, quote, special circumstances might be. Anyway, I think you've explained you don't approach it that way. All right. Let me now just deal with House D15 again. We had done this in our submission for D11, but probably it's convenient now to do it for D15. If I go to page 53, I think of Mr. Turnbull's EES report, I'll just try and find for you quickly. I'll just turn it off so you don't get whiplash. you'll see it's page 52. You see these are his noise predictions for D15. He's got 27 under the ISO method and 29 under Konkawi. Can I take 28 as an average? Is that all right for you?
No objections.
All right. And so if you took, this is, you can see up here, noisemeters.com, but it's a decibel calculator. You tell me if you think that that formula is inappropriate, but I'm proceeding on the basis that this is going to do an accurate calculation. If D15 has a nighttime noise level of 20 in low wind speeds, and then on average, Mr. Turnbull predicts 28, you can see that after the wind farm is built, there'll be 28.6 decibels, and that is more than an 8 decibel increase. And so it would seem, would it not, that the sort of consideration that the New Zealand Standard grey box has suggested be done, this particular property passes the test, that there'll be a significant change in night noise. Do you agree?
I don't agree that there's necessarily any statement that that's significant. Also, the process under the New Zealand Standard is quite different to that simplification that you've got there. It is, you do consider the whole range of wind speeds, and it's looking at every individual data point in the background noise versus the predicted noise level. So it's quite a complicated assessment. Mr. Turnbull, I believe in his reply statement, has conducted an assessment that showed something quite different to the simplification there. So I'm not sure that I can take that simple calculation you've done there as indicating anything in particular.
Okay. But at the very least, you'd agree with me that in low wind speeds, the addition of wind farm noise is likely to be more noticeable than at high wind speeds where it's masked by nearby trees rustling, etc. Yes?
Not necessarily. It's going to depend on the wind turbines aren't operating at their highest sound power level at low wind speeds either. So there will be a relationship between the two. It's possible that that's the case, but it may vary depending location to location.
Sure, but the addition of 8 decibels at low wind speed, first of all, 3 decibels is a doubling of sound energy, isn't it? An increase of 3 decibels, yes?
Sound energy, yes, but it's not in terms of perception.
Correct. And with perception, roughly speaking, it's a 10 decibel increase is perceived as a doubling of volume, yes?
Correct. That's the commonly accepted description of it.
Okay. So when before you disputed my adjective significant in describing the change in nighttime noise, I want to suggest again, this would be a significant change to go on a relatively low wind night from 20 decibels to 28 point something. That would be perceived as a significant increase in volume, wouldn't it?
Of two elements of concern to that. Firstly, my interpretation was you were ascribing New Zealand Standard as saying it was a significant change, which I don't believe it does in any way, shape, or form.
That's right.
So I'll clarify that there. If the other thing is that you need to be cautious about comparing I'll state that if there was a change from 20 decibels to 28, generally that would be considered a significant is loaded with context, but often we describe a 10 decibel change as significant. So it's within that realm, but you do need to be cautious comparing over a 10-minute period what's typically a relatively steady level in wind turbine noise to a background noise level where the given noise level over that period can vary quite substantially between over that time. So it's not necessarily, you're comparing a relatively steady noise from wind turbines over a 10-minute period to a background noise which can vary from 20 to 30 within that period, even though the background itself may still remain at 20.
Sure, but Mr. Evans, if I zoom in on these nights, the background seems to be consistently at 20 for many hours of the night. You agree with that?
That's the L90, yes. The LEQ
Yes.
does vary a little bit more.
Okay. And so all I'm putting to you is that to add in 8 decibels of sound. I think before, am I right that you're suggesting that the wind farm sound would only come in intermittently because there's no, if the wind was just blowing at 3 or 4 meters per second through the night, you would have continuous wind farm sound, wouldn't you?
If that's with the wind at each wind turbine on the site, then yes, you could.
Yeah, and so all I'm putting to you, if we put labels like significant to one side, you might have a change in the nighttime environment from nights that were 20 decibels for many hours on end to having a night where it was, say, 28 through that period of the night. Yes.
In terms of the background noise level, that is possible. Yes.
Yes, and you could also have a night where, to take up your point, it's 20 decibels, and then the wind farm cuts in for a short period of time, and the noise comes up to 28 or louder if the wind is louder for a short period. Yes.
If the wind speed increased,
Yes.
but you may then also have the background noise increase, so which we're not seeing on this figure that you've got here.
That's right. Yes, but it may be. No, I'll withdraw that. All right. Let me move on to another topic, which is Mr. Turnbull's noise predictions. Now, Mr. Turnbull's models has got some errors that or at least matters that Mr. Hewson disagrees with. The first is that he's assumed soft noise absorbing ground, hasn't he, for the Konkawi model, correct?
For the Konkawi model, yes.
Yes, and there's been some debate about this for some reason, but are you familiar? I think you're from Adelaide originally, aren't you? I
am, yes.
Are you familiar with what the South Australian EPA says about the approach that should be taken?
I'm familiar with these guidelines, yes.
Yes. I'll show you, I'll cut to it. These South Australian guidelines certainly say that the hard ground should be assumed. You agree?
Those superseded ones that you've got up do, yes. The more recent ones offer a slightly more different range of approach.
Are you sure that's right? I'll show you both of them. This says hard ground. This is the old one, 2009. See that?
Yes.
And then the new one, which I might have to just get from the table documents quickly, if you bear with me. They may not be up. Sorry, I'll stop sharing and I'll obtain them another way. Okay. They were emailed around by the proponent. I'm just loading the link. Okay, here we go. So you can see where I'm getting them from. EPA guidelines, November 2021. I'll just zoom in and show you. We are talking, see that? Updated November 2021.
Those are the current ones to my knowledge, yes.
Yes. And if I go to the noise predictions, can you see there, hard ground?
Yes, certainly. And then it says below, alternatively, you could use the Institute of Acoustics methodology, which in itself recommends that you would use 50% ground. I think probably the other important thing to consider in terms of the practical application of these guidelines, and in my experience since they've been released, since they were released in, well, originally in 2009, but consistently since then, is the statement just below that if another prediction method and in modelling inputs are employed to carry out the noise level prediction, the detail of the model should be clearly stated in the approach discussed with the EPA. In my own in assessments I've conducted for wind farms, I tend not to use the Konkawi method. I would use the ISO 9613 method, as I explained to Mr. Power before, but my experience in South Australia is the EPA has accepted Konkawi with soft ground as,
Okay.
as a prediction method.
Here's the puzzling thing. When you use ISO, you or Mr. Turnbull has, and I assume everyone else does, you assume 50% hard, 50% soft, yes?
You do, yes.
Well, why wouldn't you at least do that if you're doing the Konkawi method?
Because it doesn't compare well to, it significantly overpredicts. My opinion is, in this case, Konkawi with soft ground is still marginally overpredicting. If you were to use it with 50% ground or 0 ground factor, you would find it would very significantly overpredict the wind turbine noise level to a degree that is just not within the realm of any reasonable accuracy.
All right. Well, it's just a difficult answer in that it seems that what you might be saying is the Konkawi method is so bad that it only works if you put in some unrealistic assumptions. Is that what you're saying? I
wouldn't call it an unrealistic assumption. It's a Konkawi in and of itself would, if you would read the Konkawi guidance or the document on which it's based, it would consider areas like the area around Willatook to be soft ground. So I don't consider it as inconsistent with Konkawi. It is inconsistent with the that bullet point in the SA-EPA guidelines, but as I've explained, when there is an option there to state what you're doing, discuss with the EPA, and in my experience, the SA-EPA have historically accepted Konkawi with soft ground as a reasonable wind turbine noise prediction method for wind turbines.
All right. Now, the other matter is that Mr. Turnbull's ISO model assumes a 4-metre receiver height. Mr. Hewson says it should be 1.5 metres. Mr. Hewson's right, isn't he?
Not necessarily. The 4-metre receiver height is consistent with the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide. The practical effect is if Mr. Turnbull had reduced his receiver height to 1.5 metres, his predicted noise levels would have decreased by in the order of 1.5 decibels. So by putting the receivers at 4 metres with the model he's used, he's actually increased his predicted noise levels, and in that it's a conservative approach.
Okay. Another matter which I think you've pointed out is that the Konkawi model is itself not accurate after 2 kilometres, yes?
Correct. Well, it's not validated beyond 2 kilometres. There are some issues with its implementation in my experience over very long distances. I believe in my peer review and probably my statement as well, I stated that when you get beyond 3 kilometres, and I think this is shown in the noise contours for the EES, the ISO predictions start to overtake the Konkawi predictions in terms of how far out they go. But from a practical consideration, when we're looking at areas where the predicted wind turbine noise level is 35 to 40 decibels, such the area that is important for assessment against the New Zealand standard, the Konkawi is, of the two, more conservative than ISO.
Okay. Now, there's also matters that we've set out in the submission, so you'll know what I'm talking about, but let me put the thrust of them to you now. We've cited research that suggests that the way that wind farm fields behave and create noise is not well understood scientifically. Would you agree with that?
Can you restate that question for me, sorry?
We've cited academic research suggesting that the way that fields of wind turbines produce noise are not well understood scientifically. You agree with that? There's scientific uncertainty.
I disagree. I think that we have good understanding of the level of noise that would be expected at a given point from a wind farm.
Have you read the Laretro paper that we had cited in the submissions?
I've not read the paper, no.
Okay, all right. And one matter that we say in the turbine, but Mr. Turnbull disputes, is that even a single turbine can produce complex patterns of noise downfield. Can you recall from our submission, we put in a graph of a single, yes. Now, so Mr. Turnbull's against that. What do you say on that?
I listened to Mr. Turnbull's evidence on that. My understanding is that it's a modelled assessment that you're stating as to, you know, a theoretical assessment.
Okay.
It's not something I've ever seen in the field. And
Okay.
it's I think for a given wind turbine, particularly for a single wind turbine, but even for multiple connected wind turbines, we have good understanding of what the expected noise levels would be at a given position.
All right, but you don't say, for instance, that the noise just falls off in a sort of simple inverse square way, do you?
No, there are certainly wind direction plays a role.
Yes.
When you're downwind of a turbine, you will hear the wind turbine noise levels will be louder than if you're crosswind or upwind from them.
Yes.
So there are different effects that come into it.
And so, for instance, in swirly wind conditions, you might get volumes that go up and down as the wind reaches your ear. Yes.
Potentially, I think there's you're assuming that there'd be swirly wind conditions where wind farms would be operating. Generally, in my experience, you don't get significant changes in wind direction that I'd consider swirly at wind speeds at which a wind farm would be operating.
Okay.
But generally, my experience is that in most cases, what changes perception of wind turbine noise at a given point is more likely to be a change in the background noise. So the background noise may drop away or may increase than it is in than the change in the noise from the wind turbine itself.
And again, going back to the New Zealand standard, because the wind speed is not measured at the residence, you cannot actually, through the data, cross-match what's happening in the field versus what's happening with wind at the residence, can you?
Suspect there's not a constant relationship between the wind speed at hub and the wind speed at ground level around a house.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's been described as the Vandenberg effect, that you can have effectively louder wind farm noise in stable air conditions?
Yes.
And that's a real effect, or at least one that's been...
That goes to what I was talking about before, is that under so we call wind shear is the relationship between the wind speed at ground level and the wind speed at hub height. As the wind shear increases, the difference between the two increases. You would have so under high wind shear conditions, you can have relatively still conditions at ground level with the turbines spinning at a certain sound power output, and absolutely wind turbine noise is more likely to be audible in those conditions.
Okay. Now, the noise prediction models have some inherent uncertainty about them, yes?
They do, yes, but they've been well tested over many wind farm assessments now.
But it's accepted that they underpredict noise, isn't it?
Not at all, no.
Well, we found a paper that you authored for the 2014 Internoise conference. Are you aware of that? Do you remember that paper?
You may have to...
I'll show it to you. I'm not
yes.
surprising you here. I'll just put it on the screen. Analysis of wind turbine low frequency noise prediction accuracy, Tom Evans.
Yes.
That's you, not a different
yes.
Tom Evans? Okay, good. We go to the conclusions. You say when noise levels were predicted using the standard noise prediction methodologies, it was found there was an underprediction of 1 to 2 decibels at the measurement site when all known differences were accounted for. See that?
Yes, I do.
So that's why I'm puzzled by your answer. Do you want to just explain, has your view changed since 2014, or are we misunderstanding something here?
That was related to a particular site. I would need to look into the details, but certainly that's a it was related to a particular wind farm where there may have been particular considerations in play, and also the standard prediction methodologies in that case were not the standard prediction methodologies employed for Willatook wind farm.
Sure, but it gives one pause for thought, doesn't it? That at a major constructed wind farm, that the noise predictions have been found when tested in the field afterwards to be off. Doesn't that give a scientist pause for thought?
By 1 to 2 decibels is not a significant, and is certainly within the realm of, as I said, conservatism that I'd expect that the current predictions already provide.
Okay.
I do not see it as a cause for concern in the case of this project.
All right, but 3 decibels is a doubling of sound energy, yes?
Sound energy, yes, but not.
And
not
a 3 decibel change would be audible and noticeable, yes?
Just perceptible is generally the consideration of a 3 decibel change. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'll take that off the screen. Now I wanted to last topic on the New Zealand standard, I think, special audible characteristics or SACs. Now, you recommend that can be dealt with after construction, yes?
I think it is the only, well, firstly, it has to be under the New Zealand standard. Any post-construction noise assessment must include an assessment of SACs. From a practical perspective, it is the only way you can confirm that whether or not they've occurred. And okay. So, yes.
But what I want to put to you is that in part, whether or not SACs exist is a subjective question. There's no completely objective method for answering it. Yes?
Depend in whether they exist is well, there are objective assessment methods for doing so under the New Zealand standard.
Yeah, but hang on, let me just show you what I'm talking about so that we're on the same page. I'll bring up the New Zealand standard. Did you watch all of Mr. Turnbull's cross-examination?
I did, yes.
Okay, all right. So this should help speed you up. What I put to him and what I'm putting to you now is that, for instance, when you get to amplitude modulation, which is the sort of whoosh, whoosh change in volume, there is no objective test that's been standardized. We'll come to the interim method in a minute. What there is an assessment has to be made by a human being as to whether there is a, quote, clearly audible AM, okay? And I'm putting to you, that's the subjective evaluative step. Do you agree?
The first step of B31 is to firstly, I guess there has to be a consideration that maybe there is an amplitude modulation concern, and then it needs to be an acoustics advisor considers that a wind farm creates sound with a clearly audible amplitude modulation. There's nothing necessarily subjective about that consideration. The consideration must have regard to B3.2 as I read the standard.
But just in case there's some sensitivity about the word subjective, all I mean by that is reasonable acousticians might differ on whether or not the clearly audible test has been met.
Well, but firstly, they've got to have regard to 3.2. Is my point here, but there can always be disagreement between acousticians, but okay. I think the standard sets out a way that puts in place an objective method to assess it.
Well, you've just said, and you're right, 3.2 is something to consider, isn't it? But there are other things, for instance, whether the AM is reasonable. And that, again, you agree that two acousticians might differ on what is or isn't reasonable, yes? That's, again, what I'm calling a subjective element to the test.
Yes, I'm not familiar with Section 16 of the Resource Management Act in New Zealand, so I can't talk exactly to that, but there may be an element of disagreement there.
Okay. And so all I want to put to you is that there's a prospect of, if this wind farm is approved and a permit condition is simply comply with the New Zealand standard, I'm putting to you there may well be disputation in future about things like whether SACs are actually clearly audible, correct?
I would think that the preference should always be for the objective test, and I think actually all that was largely agreed through the acoustic conclave. With amplitude modulation, there is a comment there. I agree with you that consideration also needs to be given when the standard modulation is reasonable. However, I would put forward that the interim test, that there were concerns at the time of the standard about the appropriateness of the interim test method because it hadn't been well tested. I think there is a far more robust test method available for the assessment of amplitude modulation that's been developed in the UK that would be completely consistent with the requirements of New Zealand Standard 6808 to use that objective test method, which I think would reduce provides a more robust assessment of the level of amplitude modulation from the wind farm.
All right. Now, I think we're coming to the end. You'll be happy to hear. I'll turn to the question of substation noise. In your report, you've accepted that there's a risk of tones coming from the batteries, yes?
Batteries, but also transformers.
Yes.
There is the potential for tonality.
and that might cause breaches to the noise limit for house D11 that's near the substation, yes?
Yes, so the assessment assumed a level of tonality for certain situations, but there was the EES made an assumption that if the Tyrone gas-fired power station were to be operating along with all the ancillary infrastructure, that any tone that arose would be masked by the noise of the combined wind sources, which is something that would need to be tested in practice if it was considered well, I guess demonstrated through commissioning measurements, which is why I've recommended that a draft planning permit condition be included around that.
Yeah. Well, you suggested that sound barrier. First of all, that power station may never be built. You agree with that?
It's my understanding, but I'm not necessarily expert in that area.
Okay, but and you've said that, and I think what you're saying now is sound barriers might be needed if there's no masking effect. Yes.
It provides an available contingency method, if required, to achieve what would, assuming everything is as per the EES, would be a relatively minor exceedance of noise limit.
Yeah.
A barrier could provide an available contingency measure for that should it occur.
Yes, but it'd be better to, prevention's better than cure. It'd be better to put that in the permit rather than leave that to the goodwill of the operator after the fact, wouldn't it?
Well, there is already a requirement to do everything reasonably practicable to reduce noise from a source such as the ancillary infrastructure. I guess but it comes down to what is the determination of what is reasonably practicable.
Yes.
For that, and that takes on board the risk associated with a noise exceedance, but it also obviously takes on board a number of other factors as well.
Yeah, the trouble is I would suggest that reasonably practicable is another subjective standard where reasonable people might differ about what that requires, but that's all right. You probably don't need to comment on that as an acoustic expert, but you could comment on this. It's true, isn't it, that to your knowledge, at a number of wind farms that are being built, there are complaints from nearby residents about noise, yes?
Yes, there have been complaints about wind farm noise at a number of sites.
Yeah, and that's usually disputed by the operators, yes?
I'm not certain about this. Could you define dispute in that concept?
Oh, rejected. There's disagreement. The operators don't accept they're causing noise nuisance.
My understanding, I can't talk about noise nuisance in that context. I can only talk about
excessive noise. Excessive noise.
The wind farm operators assessing whether there's a risk of non-compliance with the noise limits.
All right. And the last topic is vibration. Now, Mr. Hewson, in his report, says that there is a risk of infrasound and vibration and rattling in houses several kilometres from turbines. Now, he's correct about that, isn't he?
Not in my experience at all. The measured my interpretation of Mr. Hewson's evidence is that he's not concerned about ground-borne vibration, but he is concerned about infrasound causing rattling in houses. But the measured levels from infrasound from modern wind farms are so far below the levels that would, in my view, cause a risk of that I don't see it as a concern.
Yes, and just to get the terminology right, infrasound, you're talking about very low frequency noise coming from the turbines, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but what Mr. Hewson seems to be dealing with is not, as you say, that necessarily the noise generated by the turbines itself. It's that the frequencies of the turbines set up sympathetic vibration of other items in somebody's house, and that's what creates noise, correct?
Well, his claim, as I understand it, is that the very, very low frequency noise, so below the noise we'd normally experience, is may cause through airborne noise, so still assessed in the same way, could cause rattling of or some structure-borne effect in a house, but it's not something that I've ever witnessed. It's not something that I could consider at a wind farm. It's not something I could consider could pose a risk given the levels of infrasound from wind farms that I've measured.
Have you ever had your home windows rattle when a big truck goes past?
Certainly I have, yes.
Yeah, and so it's something that's possible for a wind farm to generate, isn't it?
Not at the distances involved. I just cannot consider it. it would go beyond the realms of believability that a wind farm at that distance, with the levels that I've measured from wind turbines, could pose a risk of that.
All right, well, Mr. Houston will have to explain how he's measured that at the distances that he claims, but that's for him. Thank you, Mr. Evans. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Fetter. Mr. Evans, we're just going to take a break till 12 noon. We'll reconvene then. Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome back. Next, we have questions of Mr. Evans from Moore and Shire Council. Assume it's through you, Ms. Marshall.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I can confirm, probably to the panel's joy, that Mr. Fetter has covered a lot of material that I was going to cover. So I've got relatively few questions. Mr. Evans, can you hear and see me?
I can, Ms. Marshall.
Okay, thank you. How long have you been involved in the project?
I believe the original engagement would have been in maybe mid-2021. I believe there was some time I provided some advice regarding minor matters prior to that.
Okay, so the engagement letter that you had attached to your expert evidence is dated the 5th of July 2022. Was there work that was undertaken by you prior to that date?
Yes, certainly the work required to complete the peer review that was attached to the EES.
Okay, all right. So that was a separate engagement, and then you were engaged to prepare your expert evidence. Is that the way it worked?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, I understand that you've been engaged on the basis of undertaking a peer review of the work that had already been undertaken by SONUS. Have you, as part of that work, visited the site of the wind farm and the surrounding area, or was that really beyond the scope of the work that you were engaged to do?
It was beyond the scope of the work I was engaged to do, but I have, through the course of other work, been to that area a number of times, and with knowledge that at some point, including times where I knew I was going to be engaged on Willatook wind farm, so I did take a drive down through the site.
Okay, and when you did that, was that during the day, or were you also there during the nighttime period?
For Willatook, for the work around with knowledge of Willatook wind farm, it was specifically during the day. However, I have been out in that area at night many times.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Turnbull refers to some pre-construction background noise monitoring that was undertaken from October 2017 to February 2018 in his expert report that's been filed in these proceedings. Did you have access to that data as part of your peer review process?
No, I did not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I understand that you appeared as an expert witness before VCAT in relation to the Narragid wind farm matter. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay. And that decision, which is Narragid Wind Farm Proprietary Limited and Minister for Planning 2019 VCAT 800, considered a range of matters in relation to wind farms, but in relation to noise in particular, the tribunal there was confronted with a situation where your the 2017 assessment of noise that was relied upon didn't include background noise assessments, but previous wind farm assessments undertaken in 2011 and 2012 had undertaken background noise monitoring campaigns based on the then standard New Zealand standard. That's the case, isn't it?
Yes, so there were previous assessments that had been conducted against the 1998 New Zealand standard, but no more recent background monitoring than that.
Okay. And at paragraph 2014 of the Tribunal 214, the Tribunal observes that they didn't consider, or they considered the recommendation for further pre-construction noise monitoring, as is proposed in this case, was not in keeping with an orderly planning outcome, and that to provide the necessary level of certainty for planning permission, a more definitive assessment of background noise is warranted. That was the conclusion in relation to background noise levels in Narrogid, wasn't it?
That's my understanding. I can't quote the exact clause in the decision, but I assume you've just quoted.
Mm-hmm. All right. Given the tribunal's conclusion about definitive assessment of background noise being required for planning permission, and the need to provide for an orderly planning outcome. Firstly, can I ask you, do you consider that the situation that the tribunal was in the Narrogid case in relation to background noise is analogous to the situation in this case where we're proceeding on the basis of older background noise monitoring?
There is a key difference in that the background noise monitoring in this assessment has been conducted in accordance with the 2010 standard, whereas that information wasn't available for Narrogid, was my recollection. Beyond that, broadly similar.
Did you make any recommendations to your client about undertaking further background noise testing as a consequence of what the tribunal said in the Narrogid decision?
Which client?
Your client in this matter.
I can't recall. I believe as part of the peer review, we noted that the background noise monitoring would need to be updated, and I think that's best practice for any wind farm. But I don't believe we made a specific recommendation that it needed to be done prior to submission.
As I read your evidence in this case, you say there that further background noise levels need to be undertaken before construction commences, but I don't read your report to be saying that background noise material is required in order to determine whether or not a planning permit is required.
Well, I'm not sure about whether planning permit is required. It's not required to determine whether the project is capable of complying with the applicable noise limits.
Okay. They had a discussion with Mr. Fetter in relation to high amenity areas where he put some propositions to you about the way that works. Where you've got in the New Zealand standard, where it contemplates special circumstances, it seems to go on to give you some indication of the factors that you might take into account in relation to special circumstances, either by reference to the New Zealand planning scheme or by reference to the example text that Mr. Fetter took you to. Having regard to the reference to special circumstances, what do you think are the kinds of factors that you would ordinarily take into account in determining whether special circumstances arise?
So I think this is perhaps a question that is more suited for a planner than it is for an acoustician. I think the evidence I've given as to why I don't consider it high amenity for this reason is based on previous, both the advice of the regulatory agency, so EPA Victoria, but also from previous panels and from Cherry Tree Wind Farm, which is required to give consideration to under the DELT policy and planning guidelines. So essentially, and this is entirely consistent with how noise limits are set for most forms of noise generation in Victoria, is that a noise limit is set according to a particular zoning type. That policy is administered by EPA Victoria. It seems entirely consistent to me that we should take the advice of appropriate authorities as to what the noise limits are.
Okay. So beyond that, you haven't turned your mind to considerations of what the New Zealand standard means in the context of special circumstances?
Not specifically, no, beyond the reasons set out in my statement.
Okay. Can I ask you then, just having regard to the section in your report that addresses the draft planning permit conditions, condition 18F refers to assessments for out of hours work and their approval, and calls for that to be conducted by a suitably qualified independent person, such as an independent environmental auditor. Would you generally expect that condition would be, or that assessment would be carried out by an acoustic consultant rather than by an independent environmental auditor?
So there is two key components to that. The first is that the works have to be justified. So they have to meet a category of works that is permitted to occur out of hours under, so there has to be justification that they're unavoidable works, for example. The second component is that they've put in place appropriate, reasonably practical measures to minimise the impact. And I expect that an acoustic consultant would provide advice to inform what measures are going to be put in place to minimise the impact. But at the end of the day, the key part is someone assessing whether or not the works can occur, should occur out of hours, and whether appropriate, reasonably practical measures are in place. And while that assessment can be informed by an acoustic consultant, it's not an appropriate role for the acoustic consultant to be the one who essentially approves the work. That's better, or sorry, verifies that the works are being undertaken in accordance with appropriate processes.
Yes. The council's also requested notification to landowners of extended hours and for noise monitoring to occur in those circumstances, and for that information to be regularly provided to council, say once a fortnight. Is that something that would be reasonable to do in relation to those out of hours works matters?
Certainly, I think notification of out of hours works is sort of a bare minimum, as I'd see it. In terms of monitoring and advice to council, providing updates to council seems reasonable to me where there are noisy out of hours works proposed.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Questions of the IAP will be asked through Member West. Thank you, Ms. Member West.
Good afternoon, Mr. Evans.
Good afternoon, Mr. West.
I think we've just about dealt with all the questions over the last couple of days that are going to help us make a decision. I'll ask a couple to start with. When it comes to amplitude modulation in B3, and it's got B3.1 in the New Zealand standard. I understand things like engine brake noise is a modulated noise because of its on-off, inverted commas, type of characteristic. What would you think would be the required peak to trough noise difference for something to be called modulation? So if you can give us some background on that. I mean, does it have to be audible? Does it have to be 10 decibels? What?
So I mean, this is one of the complex things about wind turbine noise, is that there is always a level of standard modulation that's, you know, what you would commonly describe as a blade swish noise. I guess what the New Zealand standard is seeking to address, and certainly what the UK Institute of Acoustics work sought to address post the issue of New Zealand Standard 6808, was really what's deemed sort of excessive and annoying modulation of noise. The New Zealand standard talks about a 5 decibel peak to trough threshold. There is the UK Institute of Acoustics, which I expect would be the reasonable methodology to use for the assessment of amplitude modulation, talked about applies a slightly different methodology, so it can't necessarily be directly compared, but it looks at talking about at applying penalties, and this comes from the UK government that reviewed the commissioned report that reviewed the method and then apply penalties. It looks at applying penalties from about 3 decibels scaling up to about 5 decibels. So the penalty increases as the modulation level increases. That work was informed by a number of studies, including, as I understand it, studies into people's response to different types of wind turbine noise and different levels of modulation from wind turbine noise. So I think that one would appear to me to be a reasonable one to adopt for the purposes of assessing amplitude modulation, because it is actually informed by studies into increased annoyance associated with increased modulation.
So the New Zealand standard gives you just a flat, 5 decibel difference between peak and trough equals 5 decibels adjustment.
It does, yes.
And you said the UK one, that's a sliding scale of 3 to 5.
3 to 5, starting at 3 decibels peak to trough up to, I can't remember the top level at which it reaches, but they're also not directly comparable in that they use slightly different methodologies to calculate the peak to trough.
None of these standards are, which is good. So how would you go about measuring modulation then? So
it's done via, recording 100 millisecond noise levels in 1/3 octave bands. There's a process by which, under the Institute of Acoustics, it's grouped into different frequency ranges that they've deemed to sort of be most indicative of wind turbine noise modulation at different houses, and then it's process to look at the peak to trough level that occurs at a wind turbine blade pass frequency. And just, obviously there also needs to be an element of sanity checking. We've done amplitude modulation assessments before where you thought there was a high level of modulation and it turned out to be frogs. So I think there would be a need for audio recording to support it. But there is the advantage of the Institute of Acoustics method is there's a well-defined methodology to do it. There is actually even publicly available software that data can be ran through. So it is, as I said, a very open method that's been well benchmarked.
And have you undertaken measurements yourself?
I have, yes.
And what did you find?
So there's been that generally at the wind turbines we were looking at, there was no occurrence of amplitude modulation that exceeded a particular threshold. It wasn't necessarily expected. It wasn't in response to a complaint. It was part of normal monitoring. So I can't talk about those experiences necessarily being representative of all wind farms, but it's a complicated measurement process. It's more than just a throw out a noise logger and collect data, but it is doable by appropriately qualified acoustic consultants.
So from your experience, even though you could hear the modulation, that you were saying that, you know, the modulation wasn't measurable, or
it didn't trigger an exceedance of that 3 dB peak to trough. Listening to it, to me, I wouldn't have categorized it as unusual or excessive amplitude modulation when we listen to audio corresponding to it. So that perhaps no surprise. But as I said, that's a small number of sites.
and when it comes to measurements, you were talking about using sound recording devices as well as sound level meters. Is that what you do as standard practice these days?
Not always, but most of the time, and certainly for post-construction noise monitoring for wind farms, it would be standard practice. The audio files tend to be required for most tonality assessments required, and for wind farms these days, because it tends to be a narrow band assessment that's required, and it's far easier to do that with audio collection. Additionally, it's you do find that there are a lot of other sources of tonal noise out around wind farms, livestock, trucks, vehicles, cars. So it is incredibly important to have the audio just as a sanity checking method as well.
Magpies playing with the windshield as well as another characteristic.
Can occur, yes.
So when you're, if you're doing, you know, pre-construction noise measurements at a site at Willatook or something like that, would you suggest audio measurements as well?
It's becoming more common to do so, and I think it's probably best practice to do so. But I don't think it's necessarily it's critical for background noise monitoring. Obviously, one of the key things is if you are going to look at identifying what is causing higher than expected background noise during a particular period, then having audio is important for informing that process. There's only so much you can do with 1/3 octave band analysis, for example. I think it's ideal if you can get it, but it's not necessarily critical for background monitoring, depending on the site and the location.
So this goes down to noise measurements generally. The standard talks about an averaging period of 10 minutes. Does that take into, what I'm trying to say here, all the peaks and troughs? Or should you be going down, if you're trying to establish a standard, should you be going down to, you know, basically looking at raw data versus wind speed? Or should you rely on the bulked up average 10 minute for doing the standards? While the standard talks about 10 minutes, is that an adequate averaging period?
In my experience, yes, it is. There's been a number of studies that show that over, you know, wind turbine, the difference between L90 and LEQ for wind turbine noise over a 10-minute period is, you know, 1.5 to 2.5 decibels. It's not a significant variation between the two, which would suggest to me that it's not an unreasonable period to use. Obviously, with things like amplitude modulation, sometimes even tonality, maybe you may need to consider slightly shorter periods. Amplitude modulation, you need to capture the data, at least at a much more rapid rate. But you, I guess you're still looking for, and I believe the standard itself talks about regularly varying. So it does still seem reasonable to look at whether the excessive modulation occurs over a 10-minute period.
So if you're looking at what I'm thinking about is what would you call raw data, and what would be an acceptable amount of data to establish your standards and things like this? Because we've had requests for raw data, and you know, the capture rate of a sound level meter and of an anemometer is very low, and that's what I would call raw data.
I guess it depends what application you're looking to apply for that raw data. If it's purely for the assessment of background noise, I think generally the 10 minutes is fine for that. Obviously, if you're looking to do more complex activities, then potentially you do need slightly more granularity, and particularly post-construction monitoring. I think audio recording is a it's basically the rawest data you can get, I think. Yeah, captured on an appropriately calibrated sound level meter, I should clarify there. Yes.
Oh, you do that all the time, Mr. Evans.
Yes, well, yes.
When it comes to the standard, can you give me an idea of what's did you consider the hierarchy of the standards, and if so, what's the driver? What's the hierarchy from, say, the EPA Act 2017 down?
So my look, in terms of considering whether what the final outcome for the wind turbine would be, it's EPA Act, then down to the statutory laws, so the regulations under that, and then I guess it's the guidelines supporting that is my interpretation. Obviously, in the context of planning, there's also a need to consider the DELT guidelines as well, the planning provisions, but certainly in terms of a final operating case for the wind farm, it is the Act down to the regulations.
So there's always wriggle room in guidelines, obviously. Is there much wriggle room in deviating from what the standard is requiring?
Well, I think in light of the Bald Hills decision, I think acoustic consultants should probably minimise or any wriggle room that they're interpreting. I think, however, you are faced with the challenges we've come across in a number of discussions today about, is there the standard isn't always clear, and it isn't always clear in the context of Victoria, and so that is where I think there is a in my opinion, it's appropriate to look at what the regulatory authorities in Victoria say about the application of that standard. I think that's the best approach.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, from my perspective as an acoustic consultant providing advice on these projects.
Yeah. Which, people are referring to South Australian guidelines, and which are probably copied a little bit into the Queensland guidelines. Given their application of hard ground, soft ground and things like that, I mean, we could either embrace it or ignore it because it's not Victorian.
I think it's the question would seem to me there, and this is, I guess, what we wrestled with the peer review and my expert witness statement, is the procedure employed for predicting noise from the project appropriate, or is it going to be substantially wrong? And while obviously I've personally have a lot of experience with measuring, so I've got comfort in the prediction methods because of that have been employed because of that. I suppose reference to those guidelines helps provide some comfort as to whether the prediction method is in accordance with methods employed that have been recommended elsewhere. But I agree they're not mandatory for Victoria.
Yes, going back to the interim regulations for wind farms, and sitting above that is the environment protection regulations generally in the Act. They virtually exclude unreasonable noise, or they talk about unreasonable noise from wind turbines being an exceedance of the standard. So the unreasonable noise is not in those particular regulations, legislation, aren't referring to tonality and amplitude modulation and things like that. It seems to be very restrictive, maybe deliberately or not. Is there much room there for introducing something for a condition for modulation, for instance?
Well, I think it inherently is in there, in as much as it's required to be assessed under the New Zealand standard. So and the New Zealand standard has procedures in place to require assessments of tonality and amplitude modulation. So it's inherently linked to unreasonable noise through that. As I suspect possibly where you might be asking the question is obviously that tonality or amplitude modulation would need to lead to an exceedance of the noise limit for it to be considered unreasonable noise. But largely that's the case with how the regulations work for all forms of noise generation.
And that furthermore to that, would you get if you've got an exceedance of amplitude modulation or tonality, well, the same thing, tonality and things like that, would that lead to an exceedance of the noise limit?
It depends how frequently it occurs, what wind speeds it occurs. Obviously, if they tend to occur at very low wind speeds, the wind turbine noise is lower and there's less chance of an exceedance. But it really comes down to the regularity with which they occur and the conditions under which they occur. I was involved in a project in New Zealand where we wrestled with this for a while because there was I think a concern around, the averaging effect of the standard on reducing an intermittent tone, for example. And that's really where, in my response to Mr. Feder earlier, I think that considering, wind speeds, wind directions, and time of day and potentially looking at different analysis is really critical. In my experience, I have been involved on a small number of sites where the wind farms have produced audible tonality, and it does tend to be strongly linked to particular times of day and wind direction. So I think there are methods available under the standard to appropriately assess special audible characteristics, even if they occur relatively infrequently.
So just developing this for a little bit. So the actual presence of tonality, for instance, may not lead to an exceedance of the noise limit.
Well, I mean, no, if you had a wind turbine noise level of 30 and you applied a 6 decibel penalty, it can still be below 40, right? Yes, yep.
So yeah, we don't trigger any of the unreasonableness and things like that. Just going back to setting the objectives and things like that. We don't, don't say we, the proponents and a lot of proponents in wind farm processes don't actually put in error bars on their modelling in noise limits. So if you got, say, 27 decibels or something like that in your calculation, it's always plus or minus something, and it doesn't really give us a confident understanding.
No, I think it's helpful to provide a discussion of uncertainty in assessments. And while it might not have explicitly been stated as such in the ES, I found comfort in the fact that 2 prediction methods were used. I thought that gave a useful range of, of looking at different methodologies that have been commonly employed in Australia and looking at what the range of those might be. It is, but I know other assessments have included a discussion of modelling uncertainty as well. As part of to fulfil the requirement of New Zealand Standard 6808 to discuss uncertainty.
And if the noise limit was 40 and it was detected to be measured, say 41, for instance, 2 things, people and residents and things like that would say, well, it's exceeded. And as an acoustician, you could probably say that, well, it's only 1 decibel and it's not audible. Is there any point in putting error bars on your measurements to that extent that it's acceptable to exceed by, say, 1 decibel?
I don't. Well, there's possibly a second answer to that. Is if you're over the noise limit's unreasonable noise, I don't know if there is an option to say, well, it's not that unreasonable, so it doesn't need to be addressed. The standard is pretty clear that you directly compare the measured levels to the noise limit. So if you were 1 decibel over, you can't say, well, there was 2 decibels of uncertainty in those measurements, so we're taking it under. It's very clear that it's a measured versus noise limit. I guess on the flip side of that, from a proponent's perspective, if it's a relatively marginal exceedance, probably the controls that need to be put in place to bring that noise level down are not as significant either. So there is a trade-off there in terms of what curtailment measurements might need to be put in place. That they're not going to be as significant if the exceedance is smaller.
So just developing that for a second or a minute, the exceedance management, what would that be entailing, do you think?
So I guess first there's this is normally and will need to be spelt out in a noise management plan for the under the regulations. So that's a requirement that's been brought in place recently, and that will need to include noise remediation plans effectively. So plans to be put in place if there's a detected exceedance. Generally, there would be it depends on the nature of the exceedance, but there are wind turbine, the wind turbine control system allows for reduced noise modes to be put in place, and those can be put in place very quickly. They may be a relatively simple, it could be an interim noise control measure is put in place once the exceedance is detected, potentially while a more permanent fix is found, if that's a suitable response, or it may just be that a curtailment measure is identified and put in place.
And if there was, there is continuous monitoring of wind speed and direction, and that's from an operational point of view that it manages the whole wind farm. Basically, it boils down to that. Have you ever seen, or would you think it would be reasonable to have continuous noise monitoring at locations, specified locations?
I think
that provides two things: gives you feedback on general overall performance, and secondly, it provides a way of determining whether you're exceeding or not. Given your modelling showing that you shouldn't be anywhere near it, but to add confidence to community expectations and things.
It's been a discussion for a long period of time. I believe there was a federal government project a few years ago to look into whether it was practical to implement. I still believe that the ongoing permanent noise monitoring for wind turbines is incredibly difficult with the current technology we have. There's you've always got the challenges of non-wind turbine noise at houses. You could potentially look at having longer term monitoring systems closer to turbines that might be viable, but until we get an improvement in technology, I think it's very difficult to implement in any meaningful way. Potentially in the long run, maybe there may be machine learning systems that might be able to come up with an appropriate way to assess it, but we're not there yet. There are some available systems for monitoring things like blade damage on turbines using acoustic monitors installed at the wind turbines, but they're very much specific at this stage to maintenance activities, to make sure there's no damage to blades, more so than to monitoring to assess compliance.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member West. Stevens, just wanted to ask, have you seen the proposed track changes to the environmental management framework regarding noise and vibration?
I have seen them, yes, yeah. But perhaps if we could bring them up just to remind me, but just to make sure we're talking about the exact same thing.
Sure. I did that for Mr. Turnbull, so I'm happy to extend that courtesy. I've got the right screen up.
Yes, I can see those.
So I can zoom in a bit if you like.
No, I can read that. Thank you, Chair.
Let's go up to there. Oh, sorry. Let me know when you wish me to scroll down.
I think you can scroll down. And can scroll down further.
I think just check, hold on one moment. Just check that one. Let me know when you finish with this page and I'll scroll down the last part.
Yes, finished with the changes to that one. Thank you.
And just these parts here.
Yes.
So Based on what you've read, do you have any concerns, any suggestions, or do you support the changes that have been tracked?
I'd support those changes.
Thank you. All the questions on the IOP. I'll just check, Mr. Powell, do you have any re-examination of Mr. Evans?
Just a couple of questions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, in response to a question about background noise monitoring locations, Mr. Evans, you commented that background noise monitoring needs to be considered at homes within the 35 dB contour in accordance with the standard. But you then had an interesting comment. You said, but of course that contour can change depending upon the turbine. Now, I'm asking actually this question in the context of the high amenity area provisions. And would it be right for the inquirer to understand that if that was to occur, let's say a turbine that had been selected that was louder than the Vestas V162, so that a township zone was inside the 35 dB contour for that turbine, what would you say should be the consideration of the application of the high amenity area to that township zone?
Certainly. So the I think based on current processes in Victoria and the advice from EPA on this, you would consider it a high amenity area for the purposes of further investigation under the standard. It is within the 35 decibel contour, so you would need to identify a noise monitoring location within it, or at least one that's representative of it. Given it's potentially a high amenity zone, I think you'd be looking to monitor in it. Yeah. And then I expect you would carry out an assessment of those background noise levels against C 5.3.1 of the standard, and just to confirm whether the background noise is also low enough for it to be deemed high amenity.
This might be more of a legal or planning issue than an acoustics issue, but I'll ask it anyhow. And if you can't answer it, please say so. But I can foresee a situation that the 35 dB contour could traverse the township zone. So some might be inside it, some might be outside it. What do you have any views as to what should happen in that type of situation?
So interesting question.
You're going to hospital hand pass that to the lawyers, Mr. Evans.
I mean, ultimately, there's probably a question here that, I mean, if you followed the commentary in the standard to the letter of the law, you'd only consider the ones within the 35 decibel contour. Yep. I guess from the point of view of a practical point of view of compliance, though, it's still the closer houses that you're assessing and applying high amenity to. The one, if compliance is achieved there and achieved with the high amenity limit, the high amenity limit will also be achieved at the ones further away.
Okay. The second topic I just wanted to explore with you were the questions that were put to you about the sensitivity of Konkawi modelling, particularly to the ground condition assumptions. And you said in response to a question from Mr. Fetter that let me just say exactly that if the Konkawi modelling had used hard ground conditions, then it would significantly overpredict. But are you able to assist us in understanding we had a discussion around what significant means, but what did you say it meant when you said it would significantly overpredict?
So the change from G = 1 to G = 0 would be in the order of 5 to 6 decibels, I'd expect. So you'd be adding 5 to 6 decibels to the predicted Konkawi levels. And in that context, I'm already of the view that for this site, Konkawi with G = 1 is likely to overpredict by 3 to 4 decibels already, or within that 35 decibel contour. So you're looking at an overprediction in the order of 8 to 10 decibels.
Okay, so, but I think you have more confidence with Konkawi within 2Ks from the turbine as opposed to beyond it. Do I understand that right?
Yes, certainly. Certainly, and at the points at which compliance is going to be controlled, that would be the level of overprediction. It might drop slightly as you get 4 to 5 kilometres away, but it would still be a substantial overprediction.
Can I just show you my screen if I'm able to? Now, I hope I'm sharing Appendix G from the environment, Appendix G of Appendix E1 noise and vibration assessment. Can you see that?
I can, yes.
And this is for stakeholder dwellings. Now, I don't know the distance between all of these dwellings and the turbines, but as they're stakeholder dwellings, I'm assuming most of them are less than 2 kilometres. But subject to your caveat and your comments about this, what conclusions did you reach about the differences or the similarities between the Konkawi predictions and the ISO 9613 predictions here?
So in general, the Konkawi predictions were, and particularly at these stakeholder dwellings, which are typically within the 35 to 40 decibel contour, are typically 1 to 2 decibels, 1 to 2 decibels higher than the ISO predictions. So I should clarify, when I stated in my presentation earlier that it was an over prediction of, I was expecting to over predict by 2 to 4. The 4 was really Konkawi.
Okay. So if you were to change the Konkawi predictions from soft ground to hard ground and not change the 9613, then those Konkawi values might be up to 8 or 10 decibels higher. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, well, so you'd add 5 to 6 to the current Konkawi predictions, and so the difference to the ISO would be 7 to 8 decibels.
Got it. Okay, thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Appreciate your time and your exploration with us today, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Just before we break for lunch, we've had time to discuss further the request, and what was discussed this morning is the preliminary matter on the data request.
I think Mr. Burge is here.
That's correct. I'm here.
Thanks, Mr. George. Okay, we can see you now. Are you ready, or do you just need a few moments to get yourself ready, Mr. Burge?
I think I'm as ready as I will ever be.
Okay. All right, Mr. Burge, could I ask you to state to the inquiry your name, occupation and business address, please?
Name is Hayden Burge, landscape architect for Informatics, which I am a director of, and I work from a home office.
Okay, thank you. Before we go any further, I'm having some difficulty hearing you. Is it just, yes, I think we're having a bit of difficulty hearing you, Mr. Burge. Do you have an earpiece or some other device you can talk into? It's breaking up a bit.
1 second. Can you hear me now?
That is, for me at least, that's much better. Yes, okay, we're getting the thumbs up, okay. Mr. Burge. Thank you for that. So I might start again if you don't mind. Can I just ask you to state your name, your occupation and your business address, please?
Name's Hayden Burge, Director of Landform Architects, where I'm a landscape architect and I work from a home office.
And as part of your role as a landscape architect, do you undertake visual impact assessments and landscape assessments of developments?
Correctly.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Over 20 years.
Okay. And could I ask you to just describe briefly your experience in undertaking landscape and visual impact assessments of wind energy facility proposals?
Of a number of assessments of wind energy facilities across Victoria, New South Wales, New Zealand. Have included the turbine height increases for the Ryan Corner and Hawkesdale wind farm, the environmental impact assessment of the Delburn wind farm and Berrybank wind farm also nearby.
Okay, thank you. And the landscape and visual impact assessment prepared by Landform Architects is Appendix F1 of the EES. Could I ask you to briefly describe your role in the preparation of that report?
The project started when I was employed at Jacobs Engineering in about 2018, 2019. I left Jacobs in early 2021. And the project then followed me across to Landform Architects, where I completed the remainder of the assessment and the assessment of the residential dwellings included in the report.
Okay, thank you. And for the purpose of these, for this hearing, you've prepared an expert witness statement dated the 29th of September 2022.
Correct.
Are there any changes of opinions or corrections that you wish to make to that statement?
No, none that are glaringly obvious, no.
Okay, and you've also prepared a brief statement dated the 7th of October 2022 called Response to Additional Matters raised by Dr. Williamson. Are there any changes of opinions or corrections in that statement that you wish to make?
No, there are not.
Do you adopt those two statements as the basis of your evidence today?
I do, thank you.
And do you have a PowerPoint that you're going to take us to?
I do. I'll the screen hopefully, and they'll.
Thank you. And just that's fine. And just before you start, is there any new matters or new evidence in that PowerPoint presentation that isn't in either the LVIA or your two witness statements?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now I invite you to take us through your PowerPoint. I am still occasionally finding the reception a bit patchy. So we might just need to see how we go, and perhaps a bit of patience will be needed. Well, but let's see how we go. Unless you've got, unless Mr. Chairman, you think otherwise, sir.
No, happy to proceed and just pause if needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just confirming, you can see the cover slide, Willatook Wind Farm.
Yes, I can see that. I can sort of hear you.
Okay.
Please go ahead and take us through the PowerPoint, Mr. Burge.
Just briefly stepping through the first step is describing the project or the key features of the project that might contribute to a change in views or visual impacts to be assessed by the project. Second key step is defining the extent of the study area, landscape and visual impact assessment. And then within that, the zones of visual influence, which we use to assist or define vertical scale and prominence over distance. Within that study area, a review as relevant to landscape and visual impact assessment and sensitivity of the planning scheme and policies that reside within that area. Then next, review of some conditions to determine landscape character and sensitivity of the areas within the study area. We can take an area analysis, which is high-level mapping, that seeks to determine level areas or patterns of visibility of the project across the landscape and within the study area. Then we go through and assess or ground truth the desktop assessments or analysis through public visible viewpoints. Then the same exercise is undertaken for residential dwellings. Prior to doing that, we will look at or identify nearby proximity to the wind farm or surrounding area that might contribute to cumulative impact assessments, and then determine mitigation measures that might be suitable or applicable to the project. Steps of the public and resident dwellings are supported by visualizations taken locations around the project to demonstrate or support what it is that we're seeing and assessing in the views. Key components for this project is the original that we began assessing in the 1819 comprised 75 turbines. That was subsequently addressed.
Mr. Burge, can I ask you to pause there? Have you changed your slide beyond LVIA methodology key steps? Or are you still on the same slide?
No,
okay.
No, I'm on the next slide.
We haven't, I don't know whether it's just me, but I'm still on the earlier slide. So we might just need to pause a moment.
Change my connection. If this drops out, I'll dial in. I'm just going to hotspot off my phone.
Mr. Power, it might be worth, if we have further difficulties, we'll stand down for about 5 minutes so just to try to rectify these issues.
Yes, yes. It's the next slide's appeared on my screen now. That's will keep going, but if it happens again, then I agree, sir. We can stand it down for a few minutes and get organised. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Burge. I think Mr. Burge is frozen.
I hope I'm back.
Oh, I can hear you. Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you. I can't. Yeah, no, you're moving now. All right. Thank you.
All right. My apologies. This is a little embarrassing. We've got not great reception here at times.
That's fine.
So the next slide is just talking through the key components of the project that we had considered as part of the visual impact assessment. And that is the 59 turbines with a tip of blade of up to 250 metres in height, nacelle or hub height of up to 160 metres, swept path or rotor diameter of 180 metres. It was determined through the project that no aviation obstacle lighting is required by the project, although that was considered in our assessment. The grid connection and substation facilities comprising both above and below ground infrastructure, and the on-site quarry located towards the western edge of the project. I'm on to the next slide. Has that regenerated for you?
It has now, Mr. Burge.
Okay, thank you. The extent of the study area, we had the extent of the study area has been considered out to 28.6 kilometres. And stepping in or out is the distance that we consider turbines to be dominant is out to 3 kilometres. Highly visible and dominant stepping out to be distances between 3 and 6 kilometres, and that's the extent within which we'd considered residential dwellings. Stepping further out is turbines are potentially dominant at a range of 6 kilometres, reducing out to noticeable to a distance of 14.5 kilometres, and then noticeable features but not dominant between 14.5 kilometres and 28.6 kilometres. So again, stepping in and out and considering the visual scale or prominence of turbines over varying distances. They're not determinative in their own right, but they do assist to consider turbine visibility, scale and prominence over varying distances. I'm on to the next slide, which is describing landscape and viewer sensitivity. Hopefully we're not too far away. Within that, we've identified 10 landscape character units, several with subunits, primarily being the areas within timber plantations and native forests, and the other distinction is areas with wind farms being rural landscapes and along the coastal areas. We determined these based on several key criteria or factors, one being land use, which is supported by land use zones in the local planning scheme, areas that are recognised or protected landscapes, either through the land use zones as applied to national parks, or overlays such as significant landscape overlays. Topography, vegetation in terms of modified or native vegetation, presence of water, so
tends to elevate sensitivity and people's connection with landscapes and views, and those sensitivities attached to it, and modifications to the landscape through seasonal change and other. What we had determined, which is demonstrated here, is that the majority of the area within 28 kilometres of the project, or 28.5 kilometres, is within the farming zone or used for farming purposes. There are several areas that are protected by significant landscape overlays. They are to the north around the Harmons Valley Lookout, and areas along the coast to the south. There are 2 ESOs applied to land near to the project. They're environmental significance overlays, but they're applied to Shaw River Power Station and don't relate to protection of landscape character or amenities or views. Several bushfire management overlays, primarily to the areas to the west. Again, they're not sensitive. And other studies that we looked at was the Southwest Victorian Landscape Assessment and the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment. I'm on to the next slide, which looks at the 4 criteria that we've considered in assessing views from the public domain. There are 4 criteria. So we don't just rely on turbine visibility in its own right. There are several other contributing factors. So can we or can't we see a turbine from a location, which might be influenced by topography, vegetation, screening provided by built form or infrastructure, or ameliorated by distance. Distance itself, which relates to the zones of visual influence. The further away we get from a turbine, the smaller or less apparent it will be, and vice versa. The closer we are, the more prominent the turbine potentially may be. Landscape character and viewer sensitivity, which is determined based on the criteria we discussed earlier, and the sensitivities of those. And the potential number of viewers who might see the project from locations either selected or assessed. Impact assessment from residential dwelling varies slightly. We're up to the next slide. Hopefully we are now caught up or catching up. Viewer numbers is not applicable. What we consider here is visibility. Are the views screened? Are they clear and open? Can they be mitigated by screening? The distance, how far away might we be, and how prominent are the turbines potentially? And here we've considered dwellings out to 6 kilometres, which is the reasons are set out in our report. Sensitivity is always rated as high from dwellings in the farming zone and dwellings in townships and other areas. And we do recognise in the assessment that landholders, particularly in farming areas, do use larger parts of their properties. However, assessments tend to be located in and around sensitive areas nearby or attached to the dwelling. Onto a slide called Cumulative Impacts, which is set out in LVIA Chapter 9. I'm hoping we are there now. Within that, we've set out nearby and further removed wind farms that we considered as part of the cumulative visual impact assessment. Approved wind turbines that are within 20 kilometres of the project include Macarthur, Codrington and Yanbuck. Those distances were considered. Sorry, the 20 kilometres was noted there as in they are within that distance from the project. Approved projects but not constructed include Hawkesdale and Woolsthorpe to the east of the project, and Ryan Corner to the south, and they're both shown in the colours or the blue in the figure on the screen. Wind farms considered beyond 20 kilometres or 28 kilometres, the 28 kilometre viewshed include Morton's Lane to the northeast, Mortlake South further to the east, and Portland Wind Farm further to the west. As part of the assessment of public and private views, they are also supported by photo montages from 5 locations around the project. Where relevant, each of those had included turbines in either the existing wind farm of Macarthur to the north or the approved but not yet constructed wind farms at Hawkesdale, Ryan Corner and Woolsthorpe to the east and south. One photo montage or a wireframe view was prepared from the Princes Highway to the south of the project. There were 2 locations along Hamilton Port Ferry Road to the west of the project. One photo montage from Hawkesdale Township and one from the Woolsthorpe Hayward Road to the north of the project, and the locations of those relative to turbines are shown on the next slide. And again, they included turbines of existing wind farms where visible and those that were known or approved at the time of the project assessments. The locations of the photo montages are shown by the green glowing eyes on that map and their relative proximity to the project. We'd assessed the visual impact of the project through a number of locations, and they were cascading in terms of sensitivity as identified in the landscape character and sensitivity mapping. In that, we'd included views from 8 areas considered to be significant or sensitive landscapes. They were Tower Hill, Budgebim National Park, Harmons Valley, Mount Rouse, the National State Park to the north, and the rail trails to the south of the project. In assessing the project, there were no additional locations identified by the DELP, the TRG, or the peer reviewer for this project in leading into the evidence. There were 2 additional locations suggested by the Willatook Landscape Preservation Society peer reviewer, and I've touched on those in my response to evidence. They were a location from Lake Gorrie Road and the Willatook Hall. I'd identified or assessed views from 6 townships in proximity to the project. Hawkesdale Township being the closest. It also included a photo montage, closest large town. Views from 17 locations along major roads or connector roads. These included the Princes Highway, the Woolsthorpe Hayward Road across the north of the project, Port Ferry Hamilton Road along the western edge of the project, and the Penshurst Warrnambool Road along the eastern edge of the project. We had the wireframe view, as I mentioned earlier, from Princes Highway. We had 2 photo montages from the Hamilton Port Ferry Road along the western edge of the project, and 1 photo montage from the Woolsthorpe Hayward Road to the north of the project. And we'd also included 4 viewpoints in the report from local roads, and they're assessed at viewpoints L1 through L4. There were relatively few local roads in proximity to the project, and several of those views that from the Woolsthorpe Hayward Road could be construed as a local road were also included in the major and connector roads in the earlier section. We should now be on the slide in terms of the overall findings from public views. From significant landscapes and vantage points, levels of assessed impact was negligible. They were contributed largely to the distance or separation of these key features and sensitive landscapes from the project, screening provided by existing vegetation, topography or other. Visual impact from townships was generally nil to low. Views from most areas within townships were either screened or filtered by existing vegetation within private allotments, along roadsides or the surrounding landscape, or adjoining development and dwellings and other structures in other lots. Visual impact from major and connector roads was negligible, generally from those locations that are further removed from the project through to low to medium from locations that were closer to the project or had higher viewer numbers. And views from local roads was generally low, partly to low visitor numbers and partly to the sensitivity of the surrounding landscape in the direction of the project. We should now be on a slide called Visual Assessment from Residential Dwellings, which is another summary slide. Just stepping through the key points, is that we had identified 141 neighbouring dwellings, 6 kilometres of a turbine. There were no neighbouring dwellings, 1.5 kilometres of a turbine. 42 of the neighbouring dwellings resided in distances between 1.5 and 3 kilometres, and then there was a further 99 dwellings between 3 and 6 kilometres of the project. Across the duration of the project, we'd directly inspected and assessed views from 25 dwellings. 12 of those were requested to be removed from the submitted evidence, the submitted EES. However, we did include a summary of the findings from each of those in the LVIA. The selection and approach of dwellings is set out at 12.1 of the LVIA, more specifically 12.1.4, which step through the process of desktop reviews, discussions, and on-site observations before we arrived at the final selection of dwellings. A quick summary of the findings was 5 of the dwellings that we directly assessed were considered to be high, with one of those where landscape screening or mitigation may not be successful or indeed not desirable at all. 3 dwellings were assessed as moderate to high. 1 was considered to be moderate. 4 dwellings low to moderate. 5 were low, and 7 dwellings were negligible to nil, largely owing to the extent of existing vegetation surrounding the dwellings. The peer reviewer for the Willatook Landscape Preservation Society in his evidence that identified 23 dwellings of either concern to him or considered to be requiring further assessment or detail. Several of those we had assessed, and I just thought it's worthwhile stepping through those that had been included in the LVIA. 4 of those that were included in the LVIA submitted and exhibited should be appearing there in red. Those dwellings that were assessed, there were 9 of those dwellings that were assessed but requested to be removed that were of concern are those areas to the north and generally west of the project. There were 4 dwellings that were investigated as part of the initial desktop review. However, through the desktop review and on-site observations, they were considered to be not pursued, in that they were already surrounded by a lot of existing vegetation. That was quite apparent. 3 dwellings had declined a request to visit and inspect views from their dwelling that had submitted to the project, submitted to the panel on the grounds of views and visual impact. Those offers were not accepted, unfortunately. There was 1 dwelling that didn't require access that was visited in the initial site visits for landscape and visual impact assessment. And those 2 dwellings that were beyond 6 kilometres and outside the investigation area established in the LVIA should also be shown. So what that shows is that the majority of the dwellings that were considered or of a concern for the peer reviewer have been captured or covered in either the LVIA or through the expert evidence process. The next slide talks about mitigation and screening and what we observed and what formed part of the impact assessment. What we observed was that many of the dwellings, views from the surrounding areas from many of the dwellings were already screened or filtered by existing vegetation. That was many of those, not all. This existing vegetation screens views toward either existing wind farms to the north being MacArthur, those approved wind farms to the east being Hawkesdale and Woolsthorpe, or to the south towards Ryan Corner. As part of the process, we've recommended that landscape screening be offered to dwellings within 6 kilometres of a turbine where a turbine is visible from sensitive areas attached to the dwellings, and that is consistent with model conditions for wind farms and other projects that I've been involved in. More importantly, that the existing vegetation within and around the sites and the dwellings demonstrated that it would achieve the heights required to be effective if required. Next location included in my expert witness statement of an inspection I did of Murrawarra Wind Farm, which has currently got their largest constructed turbines in Victoria. And I stood at distances that are similar to the project and nearby, just to confirm for myself that and a realisable proposition. And there, I think I'm within or on time and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mr. Burge. Just before I let you go, can I just clarify that you had a slide there where you responded to Dr. Williamson's comments about the this slide here, findings and private reviews. Is that a summary of your evidence in part 2.3, impacts and views from the private domain, in your second witness statement?
Correct.
And could I also just ask, also by reference to that statement, if I could ask you to just comment on Dr. Williamson's comments in his statement and your response in your second statement about the issues concerning potential views from the Budgebim park.
Let me just go to, just reading from, oops, I don't know if you can read that.
Sure.
Just pulling that document up. So in that, Dr. Williamson had identified 2 locations that he considered that might have been overlooked or were of concern to him. The first one was views from a location, second location associated with Budgebim National Park. The image he provided was on Lake Gorrie Road. My observations there is that Lake Gorrie Road is to the east, but not within the Budgebim National Park. Views from the location that he showed in a dry weather conditions are over cleared farming land, and it does show that's over an ephemeral swamp or wetland. But the image included in the report is in the opposite direction to Budgebim National Park and not towards the west, which is where the features protected by Budgebim National Park are located.
Okay, and why do you say that your viewpoint, SL1, is a more desirable one than?
So the location that I had,
Dr. Williamson, sorry.
The location that I had included in the visual impact assessment of the project is from within the area defined as the Budgebim National Park and within the area, the northern area of the Budgebim World Heritage Area. It's also from one of the 2 regionally significant viewing locations that were identified in the Southwest Victorian Landscape Assessment Study. And it's from a walking trail, not a roadway that's without stopping points or other features. For those cascading reasons, I figured I consider it to be a more relevant consideration of the views and more sensitive locations associated with the Budgebim National Park than one from outside the project.
Thanks. And my final question, you also respond in your reply statement to statements made by Dr. Williamson in his statement about the Great Ocean Road and views toward the project of the Great Ocean Road. Can I ask you to just briefly comment on that, please?
Yeah, you can. So the Mr. Williamson has he had a concern that we'd not fully considered areas that he considered to be contributing to the Great Ocean Road experience. And that was from a document published in 2010. I don't have the exact details in front of me, but they are included in my evidence. In that study, it was from a workshop undertaken in 2010. The study area there had identified several locations of interest in proximity to the project that we had in fact considered. They were Budgebim National Park, which wasn't declared as a World Heritage Area at that time in 2010. Another location was the Lake Conda experience, which wasn't established at that time, but was a proposition, and that's much further to the the west and outside the study area. Tower Hill Lookout and the surrounding environs, which we had included in our assessment, and coastal townships, which we also included where relevant and within the study area. Other than that, there appeared to be no other locations identified in that study that we had missed or omitted. And further, we've always considered, based on the various studies that we had reviewed, as the extent of the Great Ocean Road being from Torquay in the east to Allendale in the west, which is further to the east of Warrnambool.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Burge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions for Mr. Burge.
Thank you. Just get an indication from parties. If I ask Mr. Burge to stop sharing the screen, and I do that to get indication from parties who seeks to ask questions. Mr. Burge, I'll start with the same order as previously. Mr. Fitter.
Yes, Chair. I think on this one, Moyne Council had expressed a desire to go first, so I'm happy to go along with that. I probably only have 15 or 20 minutes for Mr. Burge myself.
Right, thank you. Put it down for 20 minutes. Ms. Marshall.
I'm happy with whichever order is proposed, and I think I'll only be about 20 minutes as well.
Thank you. I'll just check any other party here with us today seeking to ask questions of Mr. Burge. All right, thank you. The questions of the IAP will be asked last, as always, and through Member O'Neill. So we'll commence with, if you don't mind, with you, Ms. Marshall. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If I can start, Mr. Burge, by asking you a question that arises out of the LVIA document at page 6 and at page 9, and I'll just put the quote that I want to ask you about on the screen. Can you see that now, Mr. Burge?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm assuming that you can see and hear me as well.
I can, yes.
Okay, all right. So in this, which is part of the executive summary, you express the view that through co-location and siting amongst approved and existing wind farms, the project will infill, reducing the geographic extent of wind farms in the region and concentrating them in locations that are distant from urban areas, key landscape features, highways and tourist routes, as well as protected landscape, and that the project location minimises the potential for cumulative visual impacts in the region. In that paragraph, when you talk about the region, what area is it that you're talking about?
Okay, so in the region, there's no geographical extent defined. You know, regionally, I've looked at wind farms out to about.
Sorry, Mr. Burge, I think have you?
Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yes. So I think your answer expressed the view that there was no definition to region.
No, and I don't think there is any geographical extent or defined methodology to establish a region. But what we're saying here is that we're not locating wind farms further from existing or approved wind farms. We're locating them in a central area.
Okay, so in this section, you've referred twice to the region. What I'm asking you to do is to explain what it is you meant by the region. Is it the municipality? Is it the southwest corner of Victoria? Is it a multiplicity of municipalities?
I think we'd suggest generally southwestern Victoria. You know, a region shouldn't be defined by a LGA boundary or other. It's the definition of a region.
Okay, and as I understand the way that this provision or this part of the document reads, you see that concentration or clustering of wind farm projects as being a positive feature, because what it means is they're all in one place and you don't need to look beyond that in order to understand their impact. Is that the position?
No, that's not the position at all. What we're saying is that we're not dispersing them or decentralising them across a great area. It's a proposition to say that we are within an area of existing approved turbines and wind farms, and then we go down to assess the level of detail through a number of viewpoints from public roads and private realm to further consider the cumulative impacts at a sub-regional level or local level. So general through to particular.
Is it implicit in this kind of statement that although that approach may have benefits from a regional perspective, it may have particular impacts in relation to a local area?
No. And the second part of my answer there is, we looked at general, regional level to particular. And then the particular level of analysis was undertaken through views from roadsides, public locations, significant landscapes and others. And then at the residential level, which was also undertaken. So,
okay. Do you agree with the proposition that as a consequence of the relatively flat and undulating topography in this area, that visibility of this project and other wind farm projects is high?
No, I don't. So for the reasons set out in the report is that there's a number of factors. There is the location, nature and types of roads that navigate the project, and they by and large are towards the margins of the project. Those roads do direction to the project and away from the project.
Sorry, Mr. Burge, you broke up halfway through the answer to that question. I might just get you to repeat it.
Is it okay? My video, will that help?
Marshall, would you mind if Mr. Burgess turned his video off temporarily just to see if it improves audio?
Yes, that's not ideal. I've tried that before, and
okay.
That does sometimes work. So
I'll
have a try of it, or try with your video switched off, and we'll see if it makes a material difference.
I'll try again, but I'll go slower with my answer this time, and hopefully we catch up, and then we'll try the latter. No, I don't agree with that proposition for a couple of reasons. The first is that it's the nature and types of roads that navigate the project, the area and the region. And there are a couple of major roads, and the topography, which does have an influence on visibility, both viewing direction, so which way is the road facing relative to the project and the nature of views. It's localized screening provided by nearby topography, with micro topographical changes, road cuttings and those kinds of things. And then the other layer out here is existing vegetation, which there's a lot of plantings, existing vegetation, both along roadsides, property boundaries, and in this area, there's a greater concentration of forested areas as well as native vegetation that assists to screen or filter and break up those views.
All right. I wanted to ask you then some questions in relation to the Southwest Victorian landscape assessment. Now, I understand that you've reviewed that and considered it, even though it's a document that's not referred to in the planning scheme. Is that the case?
That's correct.
And is that because it's an adopted document of the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning?
Sorry, can you just rephrase that second part of the question?
I'm just trying to understand if the Southwest Visual Impact Assessment, Southwest Victorian Landscape Assessment isn't referred to in the planning scheme, why you considered it to be a relevant document?
It is a document that has undertaken an assessment of landscape features in the area. It is referred to quite widely, and more often than not, it's a document that, yes, it's not incorporated in the planning scheme, but it has identified some features and areas of interest. There is some overlap with existing landscape overlays and other features, and it does identify some features that we'd also observed in the landscape. So for those reasons, we haven't given it the same weight that we would an overlay in the planning scheme. We haven't given it the same weight that it would through designation of a conservation area or a national park, but we have recognised that it is a document that has assessed parts of the landscape character in the area.
Okay, and it seems to be your view that in relation to that, whilst that document recommends that a significant landscape overlay be added to recognise the area of the Mount Rouse lava flows area, that hasn't yet occurred. That's the case, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the extent of the area that's been identified as a state of a landscape of state significance in that study, the area, the sort of 60 kilometres running from Penshurst through Hawkesdale and then down to Tower Hill?
It's approximately that length. I don't know the exact numbers. It's about 60 kilometres in length from north to south and varying in width as it navigates the landscape.
Okay. And you seem to express the view in relation to that area that although it's a particular distinct landscape character, the fact that there have been other wind farms approved on that same landscape feature is indicative of the fact that that's an acceptable outcome in the location. Is that a fair summary of your opinion?
No, that's not correct. So what we've said there in terms of landscape sensitivity is that we do recognise that it's a distinct landscape change that's different to other areas in the farming zone. And that's generated by, I guess, its underlying geological structure. And as you look at it in plan view through Google Maps and other features, it is distinct. And it's as less distinct when you're moving through the area, but it is a noticeable change where you move from cleared, flat and generally ploughed paddocks to a landscape that isn't ploughed because of the underlying geological structure, but there's those stony rises and hillock landscapes. What we have recognised though, and this is consistent with other wind farms that have been assessed in the area, is that it is a different landscape. It's not protected, so it's in the same farming zone as all other areas. There are no overlays which protect it. We have identified as being a distinct landscape character as opposed to cleared farming areas elsewhere in that same zone.
Okay. Given the clustering of wind farm approvals and or construction projects that have either been complete or are underway, is there a concern about the extent of wind farms along that corridor that might impact upon the ability of for the corridor to be protected under the planning scheme at an appropriate point in time?
I don't see it being prohibitive, but you know, the studies that we're talking about were undertaken in 2010. It's now 2022, and there's been no suggestion that that has been or will be incorporated in the planning scheme. But the wind turbines themselves won't preclude any classification or future designation of those areas. I don't see that being prohibitive, no.
So even though what would be that it would no longer be an intact landscape, your evidence is that if there were, as seems to be reasonably foreseeable, looking at the map of, so if you look at the extent of the wind farms perhaps going from Macarthur down past Hawkesdale to this facility, Ryan's Corner is a little bit further away. A significant part of that 60 kilometre area in the north-south direction will be impacted by views of wind turbines ultimately, won't they?
No, look, an equally component of that will also be free of wind turbines. That's the first component to that answer. The second is that whilst in plan view, it looks like a significant area that would be potentially disturbed, we're looking at very discrete insertions of turbine footprints into that landscape, such that And the response in the LVIA, which was to the EES requirement to consider these landscapes, is that we did look at the turbine footprints in a similar landscape and setting, and it was evident that the disturbance to those features was minimal.
Mm-hmm. You expressed the view that the recommendations in relation to the southwest landscape for us an SLO to be implemented into the planning scheme is now some years old, having been undertaken in 2010. To what extent is your findings in relation to this area and its visual significance impacted by an opinion that you formed that that SLO is not likely to see the light of day?
That's the two aren't linked. It was an observation that it has been recommended. It's not yet been implemented, and what we are required to do as part of an objective assessment is consider what's currently in the planning scheme at the time of preparing the assessment and what protections are in place to certain landscapes, areas and values, and that's what we've done. And I think the second part to that is, I answered previously, is that if the project is approved and constructed, is that I don't see any reasons why it would preclude the SLO being implemented either retrospectively or at a later date, because the project footprint doesn't change the landscape features that it sets out to recognise or protect. So the stony rises and the hillocks and the hummocks that are through that area would remain intact and still visible.
All right, coming back to the clustering and accumulation of wind farm turbines in this location, informing a view about the visual landscape and cumulative impacts for neighbours of this facility and the settlements are reasonably proximate to it. To what extent did you take into account the social impact assessment that was provided in the EES and which assessed the overall significance of those health and wellbeing impacts as medium?
That's a social construct. It's not a visual construct. What we had done was identify those locations and areas that are significant or relevant to the community. And we've assessed those. So it's nearby towns, townships, significant landscapes, vantage points, and other areas that form part of those communities. And we've assessed those. The impact of those as a visual construct in the social is assessed and best assessed by the social impact assessment, not visual.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In the peer review report that was undertaken, it recommends that, or it observes that cumulative impacts have been assessed for residential viewpoints and sequential impacts have been assessed for roads. A bundled cumulative analysis would be helpful in showing locations from where views to multiple turbines from multiple wind farms may be seen. Is it reasonable to infer from that there hasn't really been a proper assessment of the cumulative impacts of this proposal in this particular area?
No, I don't agree with that statement for a couple of reasons. Is that we did include a bundled assessment effectively. I think it was in section, just let me quote the correct section of the LVIA. So cumulative impacts assessed at chapter 9 of the LVIA effectively bundled those high-level observations. And then the views that are assessed in section 8 and section from publicly accessible locations and section 12 in the residential viewpoints had made a number of observations of nearby operating and approved wind farms that not yet constructed. And each of those viewpoints, where relevant, provided some observations and considerations of those impacts. And then they fed down into that, let's call it a bundled assessment.
Okay, so you take a different view to the view that the peer reviewer took in relation to that matter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can I then take you to some questions in relation to cumulative impacts to dwellings?
Mm-hmm.
In the using the zones of visual influence method that was adopted in the EES, there's some distances for zones that are applied. So from 3 to 6 kilometres, highly visible and will visually dominate the landscape at 25 to 50% of the vertical field of view, and less than 3 kilometres dominates the landscape at more than 50% of the vertical field of view.
Yes.
Does it follow from that for the majority of the dwellings affected by the project, they'll be at least highly visible, and that the wind farm will dominate the landscape without substantial screening measures undertaken?
No, that's not correct either. If you go back to, I think it was the second or third slide in my presentation, it set out the criteria that we consider firstly for the assessment of public and then private views from the private domain. What that says is that proximity.
Sorry, Mr. Burge, can I just interrupt you? Sorry, just to which slide are you referring us to?
It is in the LVIA methodology, and I think it was slide 7. So there we're talking about visibility, distance, and then character of the view. So when we're talking about the zones of visual influence, what we're talking about there is one of several criteria that is considered in assessing the visual impact in both public and private locations. And what we're then talking about is those first 2 zones that you mentioned will always be dominant if visible. And then the impact of that is, where is it visible from? Is it a sensitive location at the dwelling? Is it from the back of the shed? Is it from the deck or the viewing area deck, or the pergola, or the area where the families come together on a regular basis, the living room window or the kitchen window, or is it another location? So if it is visible, that is what it will potentially be if it is unscreened by either existing vegetation, shedding, or other structures. So that was one criteria. What we then did was apply that assessment approach to a number of dwellings in a range of areas surrounding the project. And what we determined, or what we've identified, is that many dwellings are already inclusive of significant areas of vegetation, which already screens views towards the surrounding landscape, most importantly in the direction of this and other projects, or in some areas that the views are also screened by shedding and other structures from sensitive areas attached to the dwelling.
Where you've relied upon existing vegetation, to what extent does that assume that the trees and vegetation that you're relying on will continue to remain in place and continue to be in good condition?
They're environmental factors that we can't contribute to or consider, I guess, in the most part, where there are views that vegetation is either senescing or nearing the end of its useful life. I think we've done that. But in most instances, we're commenting on the existing condition and the existing setting, which in most areas, the vegetation appears to be mature and been in place for several decades.
And if that vegetation wasn't there, would your views about this project be different?
But it is there, and we need to comment on what the existing setting and the existing condition is. But what we also know across these windy areas of Western Victoria is it's a cultural response to establish this type of vegetation in these landscapes to protect the inhabitants of the dwellings from these types of wind conditions.
So you've only assessed the situation in relation to vegetation on the basis of what's there, rather than considering a circumstance where vegetation might reach the end of its useful life expectancy. It might be removed by the owners for whatever reason. Those things, that's you've seen that as being beyond the scope of your engagement?
Absolutely, it is. As I said, it's an existing landscape setting that's been in place for several decades. I think it's been confirmed on many occasions that it's there not for views and screening purposes. It's there to protect or create amenity for the inhabitants of the dwellings and protecting against wind. And in most areas, if it wasn't there or it was dying, it would most likely be replanted or replaced.
Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thanks, Mr. Burge.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall, we'll have questions from society through Mr. Fetter before we have an afternoon break. Thank you, Mr. Fetter.
Thank you, Chair. Just tell me, what time did you plan on having that break?
When you finish your questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burge, can you see and hear me okay?
I can.
Excellent. I'm Mr. Feather, representing the Willatook Landscape Preservation Society.
Thank you.
So you started, you've explained, with Jacobs, correct?
Correct.
And then when you were working for this proponent in 2018 and 19, I take it there were other people at Jacobs working on the same project, yes?
That's correct.
And yet when you left, the proponent has followed you across, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your business, is it your business, Landform Architects?
That's correct.
You've done work for wind farm developers, correct?
That's correct.
You haven't, I'm imagining, worked for objectors and residents who are opposed to wind farms?
I've provided advice to objectors and residents opposed to wind farms in other areas, yes.
You mean in other areas of Victoria?
New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. But you couldn't say, for instance, why it is that wind prospectors followed you rather than staying with Jacobs, can you?
No.
But they seem to like your work.
I guess so, yes.
Yeah. Now, can I ask you about the preparation of the LVIA? As I understand it, it was actually authored by someone with initials AE. First of all, tell us who AE is.
Oh, sorry, that's Alexandra Elliott, and she is identified in the report, and she wasn't the primary author, she'd assisted, and I think that was clearly stated in my expert evidence statement.
Okay, I haven't quite come to the question yet.
No, I'm answering the question. And sorry, if that wasn't a question, that's who she is.
I just was after her name, and I'm sharing the screen now. I'll show you the part of the report. You can see my share screen, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, great. And sorry for jumping around. I'm just trying to find the right part. If I take you to, this is your little thing at the front on Roman 1.
Yeah.
So AE prepared a working draft in January, yes?
Alex and I worked alongside, as stated in my evidence, is that we worked together. I think the order of those is not consequential.
Well, Mr. Birch, just attend to my question. It was simply that she prepared the working draft. I'll come to who approved and checked it, but she prepared the working draft, yes?
She assisted me with sections of that, not the primary author, no.
Okay, but you haven't seen fit to write AE/HB?
No.
Okay. And in any event, after that working draft was prepared, you had some comments. I take it they're comments from your client, Wind Prospect, yes?
There were comments, I think at that time, from the TRG as well as the client, but I think primarily responding to comments from the TRG.
Okay. Now, well, you tell the IAP, did your working draft come to the same conclusions as the final document?
They are largely consistent. I can't think of any deviations, no.
Well, usually what happens is the client asks you to make changes. Is that what happened this time?
Not in this instance. I tend not to take instructions from a client on how to change conclusions or an impact assessment.
I didn't say instructions, I used the word asked. So did they ask for changes or suggest changes?
Not that I can. Oh, there would have been typographical, check this or check that,
Okay.
but it wouldn't have been changes material to the findings.
We see here on the 20th of April, there was a document, I take it, called Response to Comments that was prepared by Ms. Elliott, correct? And so you wouldn't normally prepare a document responding to typos, would you?
So I think that would have been partly a response to removal of where we stepped down from 75 to 59 turbine layout and making sure that we had things correct in there.
And is it possible that your opinions in this report have in fact been influenced by your client?
No, as I said before, I'm not likely to take instructions from a client and do as I'm told.
Well, I didn't say instructions. Again, I'm putting to you that your opinions have been influenced by the desire to keep a paying client happy. What do you say about that?
I say that's false and incorrect.
Okay. Well, now let's get into your opinions. You've set out, and it's in your slides, if you want to go there, that you say that visual impact is insignificant once you're 28 kilometres away. That's your opinion, correct?
It's yes.
Reasonably.
Okay. Let's go to the exact wording if we're going to go there.
Oh, well, it's really just a lead in to some other questions, but if you want to see it, visually insignificant?
Yep, that's correct.
Good. What I'm about to put to you, Mr. Burge, there are no ambushes in my questions. I'll put to you exactly what I'm going to put to you and you'll have your chance.
We'll come back to that at the end of questioning.
Okay. But I'm now you've read Dr. Williamson's report, yes?
Yes.
And you know he cites the Sullivan et al. Material, which I can show in a moment, suggesting that the turbines are well and truly visible up to 58 kilometres away. So let me just start with the first question. You're aware of the Sullivan Material, are you?
Read it in detail.
All right. Well, let me just show you the document. Just excuse the whiplash as I find the page. It's page 69 of the printed document, so that will unfortunately be a different PDF number. Here it is. Just so we're not at cross purposes, Dr. Williamson is setting up the research, and this is the gist of it.
Yeah, look, sorry, I'll wait for the question.
Yes, well, I want to put to you that Sullivan et al. Are correct about this. Do you agree?
No, I don't. I think it is incorrect, and I think it's important to recognise some of the theory, but I think it's equally important to go out and ground truth some of these observations and assumptions. And I think if you go and take the time to inspect the Murrawarra wind farm over various distances, which I have done, is it demonstrates and supports that yes, the turbines are visible, but their contributions to views is insignificant in that at 28.5 kilometres, a 250 metre high turbine is 0.5 degrees.
Okay.
What that is less than this big.
Right.
So when we say insignificant, it's insignificant in the context of surrounding views over distance.
Can I suggest to you that maybe one way to square this circle is that Sullivan et al. Is relevant to what's visible, which is simply a question of what the eye sees, whereas your answers and your approach seem to hone in on a narrower concept of what is significant. Do you agree with that?
No, because I think we're doing both things. I think our report is that we're linking it back to the parameters of the human vision and what the eye sees, but we're also ground truthing that with the existing examples to support that theory. We're not relying on matrices tables or I think that measle diagram above. We're taking that back and linking it back.
All right. I might have just missed the last couple of words there because of the connection. But
sorry, Mr. Frederick, just ask Mr. Hayden to repeat that last sentence.
What we're saying is that we recognise the theory, but we're also supporting that with real-world observations.
Okay, except that for the Willatook wind farm, we can't have real-world observations because it's not built, correct?
This is not built in this landscape, but we do have a 230 metre high example about 50 kilometres to the north, which I've inspected, and I've tested that theory over distance. These same arguments were also tested in the Delburn wind farm, and I think it was found that our methodology was robust and defendable, and it's also been supported by many other wind farm hearings in Victoria here.
Okay, but tell me, Mr. Birch, have you seen the opening submission that the Society has filed?
I think it's been provided.
Yeah, it just might speed up some of the questions, but what we'd said in there that is that 250 metres is the height of the Rialto in Melbourne. You don't disagree with that?
No.
And I suggest to you that the Rialto is visible driving into Melbourne at something like 60 kilometres away. Would you agree with that?
I haven't observed it, no.
Are you based in Melbourne or somewhere else?
No, I'm based in Melbourne.
Okay. You haven't personally observed it, is that what you're saying?
I may have seen it, but I think at those distances, I probably haven't noticed it.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that unlike the Rialto, a feature of turbines is that in windy conditions, they spin, correct?
They do spin, that's correct.
And you'd agree that a spinning object is going to catch the eye more than a stationary object, yes?
No, I don't. And again, if you go back and to my opening answer to this question is that it's important to go out and ground truth these aspects through existing projects.
Well,
and a one-to-one scale model of that effectively is at Murrawara Wind Farm, which we've done.
You'll just have to explain what ground truthing means, because I'm not meaning to be insulting here, but as I understand it, it simply involves you going out to look at one wind farm and making your own subjective assessments. So can you say that there's anything more to ground truthing than effectively what I put to you?
I don't understand that question, but I encourage anyone to go out and stand at various distances to the Murrawara Wind Farm, starting at 58 kilometres and stepping into various distances as described in our zones of visual influence.
But Mr. Birch, we were having a debate before. I put to you that a spinning object is going to catch the eye more than a stationary object. You denied that. And then what you referred to in support of your position was ground truthing. So now I'm just trying to understand what ground truthing means.
No, I didn't deny the proposition that a spinning object would be noticeable and catch the eye. What I'm stating is that an object at 58 kilometres is in the background of the view, that is a small element or object in the view. It's not a feature. If it is visible, there will also be many other moving objects in the foreground that are far more noticeable and apparent than a turbine at 58 kilometres.
What would be more noticeable than a 90-metre blade spinning on a turbine?
I think the concept of distance, which diminishes the noticeability of these features. And I think at that distance, you'll have nearby tractors, you'll have trucks, you'll have vegetation in trees and breezes that are creating motion in the nearby landscape, far more noticeable due to their proximity to the viewer and the distance of the project in the background. There are some reality imagery on the Delburn wind farm website that'll show those clips.
Mr. Burge, if I hold my hand up, it just means we're losing the connection. So if you see that, please pause.
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
But again, I want to put to you the second point that comes out of the Sullivan work. Under favourable viewing conditions, these turbines are in fact major foci of visual attention up to 19 kilometres away. Now, you disagree with that, don't you? They're
visible, and I have done some testing.
No, Mr. Birch, not visible, major foci of visual attention. That's what Sullivan is reporting, and that's what I'm putting to you. Do you agree?
No, I don't. They're not a major foci, and I've tested that at Murrawara Wind Farm.
Yeah, and again, this is the ground truthing. Testing means you looked at it and you didn't think it was a major focus in your own opinion, correct?
It is my view, yes, but it's also supported by a number of observations that at 19 kilometres, it is a background element in the view.
According to you?
according to many other studies. And I think if you look at many other wind farms that have been assessed in this area, consistent findings.
All right. Now, let me go to another topic, which is the properties in the area. Now, I'll show you your slide, I think, to start with. Let me just find it as a handy reference point. Yes, I'll just share now. You see, this is one of your slides.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, what you did, first of all, was just to look at the region within 6 kilometres of the turbines, correct?
For residential dwellings?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, and just to be clear, now in this section of the cross-examination, I'm only interested in residential dwellings, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And so what I want to put to you is...
Sorry, go.
Yes. What I want to put to you is that there'll be a very large number of properties outside the 6 kilometres that you therefore have not looked at, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. And again, if Sullivan and others are right, there might be a major focus of attention up to 28 kilometres. You haven't looked 28 kilometres. No. Sorry, not 28 kilometres. His figure was, let me just find his figure again. Sorry, too many numbers to keep in mind. 19 kilometres. So you haven't looked at the zone between 6 and 19, have you?
No, I haven't, and you don't need to for I guess the reasons I outlined before. And secondly, if you go to just pull up in chapter 12 of the LVIA, chapter 11, mitigation settings and vegetation heights. Table 11.1 demonstrates theoretical vegetation of varying distances for dwelling various setbacks at up to 6 kilometres of a dwelling.
Okay.
So what that's showing us is the ability for vegetation, the heights required to screen a turbine over those various distances. And at 6 kilometres, vegetation at 30 metres from a dwelling needs to be 3 metres in height. As we're driving around these areas in proximity to the project and the landscape, is that in most areas vegetation exceeds 3 metres in height regularly.
Okay, but that analysis assumes that the property that's more than 6 kilometres away is on flat ground level with the wind farm, correct? It wouldn't apply if it was, for instance, in a depression. So you're looking up at the wind farm, yes?
It doesn't change the parameters all that much. We've done that testing as well. And the same testing can be done of the existing turbines within the MacArthur wind farm just to the north. They're 150 metres in height, and even from very close distances, within 1 or 2 kilometres, is that the turbines are largely screened by existing vegetation. So if we extrapolate that over distance, the same metrics apply, and it supports the theory here.
Only if all of these residents, hundreds and hundreds of residences more than 6K away, just happen to be screened in the right directions, correct?
I think that's supported by the work in the LVIA, both in public viewpoints and the private viewpoints. And I think those observations are also supported by the the Willatook Landscape Preservation Society's own expert that also makes the observation that many of the dwellings already include existing vegetation in extensive areas.
Well, but what I'm putting to you is you haven't looked beyond 6K, so you couldn't say for sure what the position was beyond 6K. That's correct.
No, we have. And if you go to the views all from the public road, they demonstrate that there is a lot of vegetation.
Mr. Burge, I told you this section's about residences. We're not talking about public roads. I'm putting to you that you haven't looked for the views from dwellings more than 6K away. That's correct.
The observations from the public road, so those dwellings are set back from the vegetation. They're looking through the vegetation in the roadways and the landscapes, and even these forested plantations that are shown in the bottom left-hand corner of the image that you've got on screen demonstrates that there is layering of landscape that will ameliorate or screen views not within the dwellings, but across the landscape between the project and the turbines.
Mr. Burge, I'll have one last go at this. You can't seriously say that for the dozens and dozens of dwellings that must exist outside your 6K radius, that they will always be screened by vegetation. You can't say that, can you?
Not all of them will, no. But the
Thank you.
observations that we've seen, it's supported by the table at table 11.1. And if you extrapolate that across the existing landscape settings, is that many views will be screened both by the vertical scale of the turbines over distance and the existing context of the landscape surrounding the project.
Okay, let's move on. Now, within your 6K radius, according to your slide, there are 141 dwellings, yes?
Neighbouring dwellings, yes.
Okay, 141 dwellings, and you've selected 25 to review, yes?
25 dwellings provided access and permission to assess the views from their dwelling.
Okay.
And again, they were distilled or synthesized through a review and views from the surrounding.
I think you're anticipating my question, which I haven't yet reached, Mr. Burge, but let me just put it to you directly. It would have been better to look at more properties, yes?
No.
You've looked at you've reported on 13 properties, and you have explained why the 25 was reduced to 13. I accept that.
Mm-hmm.
And you would accept, would you not, that 13 properties out of 141 leaves the panel not really knowing what the position is for about 120 something properties, correct?
No, that's incorrect. And again, you can make those observations and extrapolate by those dwellings that we'd assessed, driving in and around the area and making their own observations as they're touring the landscape surrounding the project, is that the majority of the dwellings are within areas of extensive established mature vegetation that screens views across the landscape.
Well, Mr. Burge, you know, you can only extrapolate if you have reason to know that you're comparing apples and apples. And I want to suggest to you that properties like this one over here, or this one over here, you can't say with any serious foundation are represented by the green eye properties that you have looked at. You can't say that, can you?
We can make observations from the roadside. And I think even if you look at the first property you indicated there, it seems to be vegetation on the other side, but no, it would be better for a direct assessment, but there are parallels that we can draw.
All right. I think then you're agreeing it would have been better to do more, yes?
No.
Okay.
No, we've done enough observations to support what it is that we've observed in the report and the conclusions that we've made.
Well, what about these poor houses very close in? They'll have the biggest impact from towers looming over their properties, won't they?
Potentially, and they would have been dwellings that we would have originally requested access to and all not provided.
Well, can you say that for sure, or you're guessing now?
I don't have the information right in front of me, no.
Okay, but it is a feature of this map, for better or worse, that the closest in properties you haven't done an assessment for.
Actually, no, that's not correct. So if the dwelling, the first orange dwelling, that one there is dwelling D11 that's assessed in the LVIA. That wasn't a property that was, so what this map shows is dwellings that were of concern to Dr. Williamson, not those that were assessed in the LVIA. So the dwelling that you're pointing to there is dwelling B11 in the assessment. Sorry, I'm just going to pull up the next one.
Well, tell me, Mr. Burge, do you have a convenient map that shows where the dwellings you assessed are? Because I didn't find one in your report, and that's why I was excited when I saw the slide.
Thank you.
No, seriously, as a way.
No, it is a serious question. I'm actually looking to see if we have one in there now.
I think for time, Mr. Burge, I'll move on, but I'm putting to you that you, for one reason or another, have not in fact done assessments of some of the properties that are very close in. You agree?
No, actually, if you go to figure 12.3 of the LVIA, it does identify those dwellings and proximity to the project that were assessed.
Let me just look for that. Sorry, I've only got the Control F function. So that's going to give everyone the whiplash I've mentioned. Do you have a page number? That's the other way to get to it.
I don't have a PDF page number. I have a printed page number of
12.3, you say?
12.3.
Do you use 12.3 or do you use dashes?
No, figure 12-3
Dashes. Okay, hang on. Right.
So there's two dwellings there in those areas that you
Yes.
had expressed concern. The reason they didn't appear on that figure in the presentation is that they weren't dwellings that were considered to be of concern to Dr.
Okay.
Williamson.
But what I want to put to you is a different issue, which is that there are other dwellings not shown on this map in this approximate area, aren't there?
There are, yes.
Yes, and I'll show you now. This is a map that Mr. Turnbull had produced.
Mhm.
You might not have seen it before, but we can see here there's a D18 sitting next to a D17. And
Yes.
so going back to your map, you've looked at D17, but not D18.
That's correct. Dwelling D18 was one of those dwellings that we requested access to in preparation for the EWS, and that wasn't granted, unfortunately.
Okay, but whatever the reason, there's therefore no way for the panel to know what the impact is on that property, correct?
We haven't assessed that dwelling D18, no, but we've assessed
Okay.
dwelling D11 and D17 as
Yes.
access was permitted.
Okay, now if I can go back to the slide map, these orange dots though are dwellings, aren't they?
That's correct.
And so again, you haven't assessed, and we can see that from your own map, you haven't assessed any dwellings in the town of Orford, correct?
If you go into the EWS, we do make some comments on dwellings in that area. What we noted is that the majority of the dwellings are either on the southwestern side of the roadway.
But
or the majority
Mr. Burge,
of
it was a simple question. You haven't assessed any of these dwellings, have you? It's really a yes or no question. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
We've made considerations there that most views from those dwellings are screened by existing vegetation. So they have been considered and
Mr.
the
Burge,
impacts have been.
When I say assessment, you know what I mean. You've done 13 assessments. Yes.
No, but you're missing the review process out in the LVIA.
Well, I haven't got up to that
effectively.
I'm just asking you about your 13 assessments. You're running ahead.
But no, we're not, because the question was we haven't assessed them, but we do point to the areas where we've done a desktop assessment process, and we then distilled the number of dwellings and the areas that we would have liked to get into to gain access, so that we could perform a broader view of the impacts of the project from residential dwellings. Orford didn't feature because of existing vegetation and screening provided from the majority of those dwellings.
Okay, well now let me put the challenge to you. It's coming. Your view is that the dwellings here are screened by this patch of forest, correct?
No, the view is the dwellings are screened by vegetation along the roadway, Shore River, and the areas surrounding the dwellings. And that's
Okay.
set out in my expert witness statement.
Well, what I want to put to you, based principally on this map, is that there will be a number of dwellings here that will have unobstructed views to the north of this field of turbines. Do you agree that that is the case?
No, I don't agree.
Well, you haven't individually assessed each of these dwellings to rule that out, have you?
Again, you don't need to do an individual assessment of dwellings. We're considering landscape character and existing setting and screening provided by existing features, which is set out in the report.
And Mr. Burge, you're doing a landscape and visual amenity assessment, aren't you?
That's correct.
So a relevant question for the panel is whether this house and this house and this house currently have unobstructed northern views, correct?
That's probably a question they could ask, yes.
Well, you're suggesting that you can say that they don't have such views, and I'm putting to you, you can't say that.
What we saw is that from most areas around that residential cluster of Orford is that most views were screened.
Okay.
And In those properties that we'd received a submission from that had expressed a concern, we had made an approach to go out and assess, and there were no dwellings through there that we were observed.
All right. And then the dwellings around here would have clear views to the northeast of this field of turbines 3K away, yes?
We'd need to go and have a look.
Well, I'm just asking you to look at the map, and I'm showing you that, putting aside the forest here, there are views off to the northeast. You agree with that, yes?
You can't excuse the fact that the forest is there.
No, I'm asking you the gaps around the forest where there's still going to be turbines looking northeast from these properties. And of course, northwest from these properties. And northerly from these properties.
No. And if you go to the views considered in the impact assessment from the Township of Alford, is that those dwellings on that side of the road are set further back from the roadway and closer to vegetation. What we've observed to existing vegetation would screen most views. And then those dwellings on the western side of the Hamilton port, vegetation through the roadway and observed in the surrounding landscape, and in the surrounding the dwellings would screen views in the direction of the project. That, in addition to the setback of the turbines from those views, is that would also be further screened.
But Mr. Burge, you see, I think that says Tyrone Lane, see that?
That's correct.
Now, I think you're telling us that you've driven along the lane and looked at the vegetation, yes?
We've assessed those two dwellings that highlighted there in green.
Okay, so if we just look at, say, 1, 2, 3, 4 dwellings here, let's just focus on this one on the northern side of Tyrone Lane. You have no idea what sort of vegetation lies between that dwelling and the proposed field of turbines, do you?
No, we don't. But we also know that through existing observations, as we say in the report, that if required, landscape screening would be useful.
Okay. Well, let me come to screening, because you are an advocate of screening, are you not?
It is a accepted principle for developments and projects of all scales, most importantly wind farms, as part of the model conditions.
All right, well, let me just put to you some of the difficulties with plantings and see if you, or screening, and see if you agree. One, you accept that new plantings will take some years for the trees to grow to height, yes?
Correct.
You agree that the closer in you are, the greater angle you have to cover, the longer you'll have to wait for your trees to grow, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you'll have to say yes or no for the panel.
Sorry, correct.
So I still didn't touch, it is yes, yeah. And you agree, as I think Ms. Marshall put to you, that trees can be cut down at the end of life, yes?
Of course they can.
They can be lost in drought or bushfires?
Of course they can, but they're
Okay.
there and they're existing. So we're considering them as the existing setting.
All right, well, in a moment, I'll put to you, just wait for it, that these are all reasons that plantings are not satisfactory. You'll have a chance to comment. I want to also put to you that it may be that in this area, it's necessary for residents to trim or clear trees close to houses to mitigate bushfire risk. You're aware of that, yes?
I think that's in most rural areas.
Yes. And also, in your assessment of vegetation, did you turn your mind to whether or not the trees are deciduous and lose their foliage over winter?
Yep.
And is your evidence that all of the vegetation in the area that you saw is evergreen, perennial?
No, that's not true. So we have made, I think, some observations in dwellings out to the west of the project where some of the vegetation is deciduous or perennial. But what we also know through other project examples is that the architecture of the branches and the trees does provide some masking of the turbine structures.
But you wouldn't disagree that when all the leaves fall off, there's less masking than before, yes?
Of course, but they're still masking.
And you would agree that the plantings, even if the proponent pays for them initially, the work of growing and maintaining them fall to the residents? Yes?
No, that's not correct. The model conditions normally have a requirement there for the proponent to make provisions for the ongoing care and maintenance for landscape for a period of time. It's normally 2 years, and over that time, most landscape planting is, if it's not successful, it's replaced, and if it is, it becomes thriving species and examples.
Okay, and if it's not replaced, again, you're going back to square one in terms of the time it would take for a new planting to grow to required height, yes?
That comes back to the rigor and the application and the implementation of the landscape screening. So there's normally conditions around that require it to be successful. And if that condition is imposed on the contractor of up to 2 years care and maintenance, there's normally a good degree of due care to make sure that it's successful.
All right, and in the work that you've done producing reports about recommending plantings for wind farms or other developments, have you actually gone back yourself after the development has been built to see if the residents are happy with the plantings that have taken place?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so that's a form of ground truthing that you haven't done, that one?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so that means that really you're just guessing that these things will be a good solution, but you don't know from your own experience, correct?
No, I think, from the examples, I've just gone to those 2 locations that you highlighted at Tyrone North as being a concern. I think even those 2 examples in Google Earth demonstrate that landscape will be successful, and it's demonstrated to be successful in most dwellings that I've inspected in this area.
All right. And finally, you've seen Dr. Williamson's view that effectively there are some people who don't want to be hemmed in like battery hens. That was his colourful expression. And that's right, isn't it? That there are some people, to your knowledge, who enjoy the long look out the kitchen window to see the flat landscape rather than looking into vegetation. Is that your experience?
Of course, it will be. But again, I'd encourage the tribunal when they're driving around the area just to look at the extent of vegetation in the areas surrounding the majority of dwellings in this area. There's already significant plantings around most dwellings.
Well, what I'm putting to you, Mr. Bird, you keep giving evidence about most people. I'm putting to you, and I think our 2 views can be accommodated, that even if that's the position for most people, you must accept there are some people who prefer the unobstructed view. Would you agree?
There is, and I think I recognise that in my expert witness statement, and we also observe that in the LVIA in several sections and locations, so it's not disputed.
Okay. Now let me turn off residences to the impact on people travelling through this area, tourists principally. You would agree that this is an important area for the tourism industry, yes?
I've got no data to support or challenge that, no.
Okay, just so we're on the same page, you're not disputing that. Sorry, I'm not suggesting people specifically come from overseas to see Willatook, but can we at least agree that people will come and drive through the area in order to go to, say, the Great Ocean Road National Landscape? Yes?
The maps that I've looked at and the tourist routes and things like that suggest that no, most visitations to the Great Ocean Road are generally from the east, and they come inland to, I think, about Camperdown and then head generally southwest towards Warrnambool. Again, the defined extent of the Great Ocean Road in other areas is Allendale to Torquay in the east. And then there's other features that we had inspected, like Tower Hill towards the south, Mount Rouse to the north, Budge Bim to the west of the project. And Budge Bim, I think, was one of those locations that's identified on the tourist maps of coming in from Port Fairy and out to Budge Bim along the Hamilton Port Fairy Road.
Yes, and that was Dr. Williamson's opinion that tourists will use the Hamilton Port Fairy North-South Road. He's right about that, isn't he?
Look, I think that's also observed in the landscape and visual impact assessment that tourists do use that road to access Budge Bim National Park and that location that we'd assessed.
Yes, okay. Well, then if that's the critical road, you would agree that these 59 turbines will be very visible from that road, yes?
No, they'll be visible from some locations, but I think in response to Ms. Marshall's questions, I think I answered that it will be dependent on the viewing direction, the orientation of the road, nearby topography and vegetation and other factors.
Okay, I'll just put on the screen so that we're all on the same page. This is the Hamilton Port Ferry Road here. Hopefully you can see Google Maps from Hamilton, and then Willatook will be just down here to the right. See that?
That'll be further south. It'll be around there, but south of the area that you're pointing to, yes.
Well, yes. Well, this is the, what is that? Woodsthorpe Haywood Road that goes through the site, doesn't it?
No, so the area that bisects the site
it's this little jiggle. I've now found the jiggle. See that?
Maybe
that jiggle? Yeah.
It's south of the Woolthorpe Haywood Road and east and west of the Tyrone North Road, which runs through the centre of the site.
Yes, I'm just showing, so we all agree that's the little jiggle, the up and down of the east-west road there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So going back to Google Maps, the views when you're coming down the Hamilton Port Ferry Road will be here off to the east, won't they, of the wind farm? Yes,
that's correct. Yep.
And according to Google Maps, that's roughly well 2 or 3 kilometres from, say, that intersection to the field of turbines. Yes.
I'll take your word for that.
Well, there's a little key, I don't know if you can see down in the corner, that's got 2 kilometres is about. Can you see my cursor there?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, all right. So I'm just putting to you that as people are coming to Budge Bim, which is here, you necessarily, depending on which way you're coming from, it's probably worse if you're coming from the south. You're going to come up this road and then you'll be seeing the field of turbines very close there, won't you? Yes?
No, you won't. Along the northern side of Hamilton Port Ferry Road, if you go into Google Earth with the maps on, you'll see that there's extensive areas of roadside veg that's laid across the landscape, as well as those forested areas. I think we've got a photo montage from not far in there as well, that also shows the setback of the turbines.
Well, I've got the satellite layer on now.
Yeah.
There is an area of forest there, yes, that might screen you a little bit there, but I'm putting to you that as you're coming here, the wind farm is slated to be in this area, isn't it?
Several turbines, yes, but if you zoom in a little bit further, you'll also see the vegetation along the roadsides and surrounding landscapes.
Yes, in some parts we can see here, but not everywhere. So I'll point out as you come up to the big intersection, there don't appear to be any vegetation along the road on the eastern side there. Would you agree with that?
And we don't say in no views, we're saying that there will be filtered screened views in the direction of the project. We also point out and make observations where it's oblique to the direction of travel and not along the primary view. So we're not in any area suggesting that you can't and you shouldn't see wind turbines. We're saying that they won't be prominent and dominant features in all views and from every direction.
Well, you say won't be prominent and dominant, but you have said in your slides that between 3 and 6K, they're highly visible and usually dominate, and below 3K, they'll always be dominant. And so I'm putting to you that on tourist way to Budge Bim from the south or the north, there'll be this category and then eventually this category. You agree?
No, because you're separating out several of the criteria that contribute to the assessment of views and visual impact. Again, what we're talking about here is one of 4 criteria, and that's visual scale over distance, that considers what the impact of the project might be. Then we're talking about features such as screening provided by existing vegetation, We're talking about the nature of the view and the sensitivity of the view. We're talking about the modifications of the view in the direction of the project. And we're talking about the viewer numbers as well. So we're not just zeroing in on one aspect that says there's a potential that they'll be highly visible and dominant if we can see them, if we're looking at them, there's no screening, and there's someone there that can actually see them. We're saying it's one of several criteria that contributes to the consideration of overall visual impact.
Okay. Let me move to the last topic, which is the impact on Budj Bim. Now, first of all, there's no dispute, is there, that Budj Bim is a sacred Aboriginal site, yes?
None whatsoever.
Okay. And you, is it right that you haven't been in contact yourself with the Windamurra Aboriginal Corporation, the registered corporation, to consult with them about the impact of the wind farm on views from Budj Bim?
No, that's the impact on cultural values was undertaken by another specialist.
Yes. Okay. And you've got some assessment on page 92 of your report about Budj Bim. Now, before I get that, just for the panel and everyone else, Budj Bim is formerly known as Mount Eccles. It's a volcano that erupted 30,000 years ago, yes? Yeah, I'm not asking, sorry, I'm not necessarily asking you to confirm the precise age, but it is a volcano and therefore elevated, correct?
You asking me or the
yes,
panel?
no, I'm
Sorry.
asking you. You agree it's an elevated hill that's the remnant of a volcano?
Look, I think I answered that at the beginning. Is yes, it's one of few elevated locations in the Budj Bim National Park.
Okay, and then at page 92 of your assessment, I'll try to bring that up if I can. Yes, here it is. I've just lost the screen share. First of all, I'll take you to 92 here. You agree that the sensitivity of the landscape is high, see that?
Yes.
Okay, although your reference there is to the pristine nature of the landscape, but you'd agree that the significance of it to Aboriginal people also makes it sensitive, yes?
I'm not going to comment on what contributes to a sensitive landscape for Indigenous peoples.
Well, is that right then that that's not something you took into account? You just look at...
No, I think if you go to section 563 of the LVIA, we recognise that it's a World Heritage Landscape and of utmost significance.
Okay, and then this is here, figure 8.3, Budj Bim Peak looking east towards the project, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And so you would agree that the placement of the turbines would be visible from the crater, yes?
No, it's not. So the project from that location is it's looking east in the direction of the project, but the project, if you actually extend the lines from the viewpoint towards the project, they're to the southeast and behind that vegetation that you can see in the right-hand side of the view.
Well, just let me double check your view. You say here, the nearest project turbines would form a noticeable element in the landscape. So that doesn't square with what you just put in your oral evidence. This is right though, isn't it? It would be noticeable.
If visible, they're at a distance that they would be a noticeable feature in the view, but not dominant. And
sorry, I may have
paragraph above. The paragraph above says that the project views of the project would be filtered through existing vegetation.
Okay, but
we say that if visible, they would be of a distance that they would be a noticeable feature in the view, but not dominant.
Well, you don't say if visible. Sorry, Mr. Burge, just let's make sure we're on the same page. You don't say if they're visible, you say they would be noticeable, but not dominant.
But if you look at the section above, it clearly states that they would be filtered or screened by existing vegetation, and that's the key component.
Okay, well, let's not dance around these two sentences. Let's go back to the image. And I'm suggesting to you that, yes, between the tall trees here, you would have views of the turbines, yes?
No, because that view is looking directly east. And if you extract or project the lines towards the direction of the project from that viewpoint, even in Google Earth, the turbines are to the southeast and behind that existing vegetation.
But hang on, Mr. Burge. The whole point of this section of your report was to consider the impact of views from this location of the project. So you're telling the IAP that in fact you've shown up the wrong photo here. Should have shown.
No, we're saying that that's the existing view looking east, and the project is screened because it's to the southeast and away from the project.
See these words here, looking east towards the project.
Okay,
so that's what. Just let me finish. That's what has led me to understand that if the turbines are built, they'll be here. You're now saying that this photo does not, in fact, capture the view towards the project. Is that what you're saying?
So we're saying it looks in the direction of the project, east. The right-hand side of that image is to the southeast,
okay,
which is not incorrect.
I understand. And here the map, yes, shows it is southeast.
Yeah.
And it follows, right. Mr. Burge, you don't have a photo to show the IAP of the view from Budgebim Peak looking southeast towards the turbines, do you?
Not in the report because it's screened. I do have them and I can send it through if required.
Well, that's a matter for you and the proponent, but you agree with me.
But the question is that have we considered the views from Budgebim National Park? Yes, we have. We considered it from the most elevated location within the national park. It's demonstrated in this view. The view generally to the east towards the project is shown in this view. The map above that view shows that the project is to the southeast. The southeast in the direction of the turbines is in the right-hand side of that view. And the companion paragraph down below in the assessment section states that the views to the project would be partially screened or filtered.
All right, well, I think we're on the same page that in fact the panel does not have the right photo, does it?
No, they do have the right photo.
There's no photo
to the south.
There's no photo to the southeast.
The right-hand side of that photograph is to the southeast.
Okay, sorry, are you saying that the entire future field of turbines will sit behind the vegetation right here and that there'll be no turbines further to the right of the photo? Is that what you're saying? They'll all be captured in the photo?
There will be turbines to the right of that photograph,
yep.
But the extension of that is that the turbines would be completely screened by existing vegetation. I'm happy to provide that view to the tribunal.
Yes, well, because at the moment, of course, we only have your memory, don't we?
No, we don't. We don't. We've got the observations that were made in the report. We've got that supported there by the right-hand side of that photograph. Right. And I understand that Dr. Williamson has also been to this location and assessed the same view shown in his photo log on, I think, figure 14.
Okay. Now, do you know, you may not know, but I'm asking, is it right that, well, take a step back. You do know that this is a World Heritage Area, yes?
I think I've confirmed that previously, yes.
Yeah, and you would accept that if the reasons that the Budgebim crater was listed are affected by changes in the landscape, the World Heritage listing may be lost. You don't dispute that?
No, I do dispute that because we're talking about a very small area of Budgebim, and to say that the status of Budgebim would sterilise the area out to 14 or 16 kilometres, I don't think is the proposition that would be there. But if we look at the
Sorry, I think we've lost Mr. Burge. He's frozen for me, Chair. Has he frozen for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just while it's frozen, Mr. Pedder, you've been going on for almost an hour. About how much longer do you think you'll need?
30 seconds.
I thought you were down to your last topic.
Yeah.
We'll just wait for Mr. Burge to come back to let you finish off.
I fear he might have to log out and log back in. Oh, and Chair, I think, did I forgot about the break, didn't I?
No, I said we'll just break at a time when you finish. So,
Okay.
which would be
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right.
It may be, Chair, that you want to take the break now, and I can ask my last question at the end.
If just Mr. Power, if Mr. Birch comes back, just inform him we're taking a break 15 minutes. And
no problem. We'll do.
Thank you. We'll just take a break now, 15 minutes, and come back, whatever that is, just a few minutes before 3. See you then. Thank you. Welcome back. Check, we have Mr. Burge with us. There is.
You do. I hope you can hear me. Apologies.
You can. Thank you. Burge, Mr. Feder still had a little bit of time before he finished up his questions of you. So I'll just return you to Mr. Feder.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me, Mr. Burge?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Just before the break, we were talking about the World Heritage listing. Now, you haven't, I take it, been in contact with the federal government to see if they have any views about potential impacts on the Budj Bim viewpoints as might affect the World Heritage listing. Have you?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, there's just one other matter I have to raise with you. Just obtained some instructions over the break. The assessments of residences, and I'll just share the screen. This is your report. When did you conduct these assessments? Roughly, yeah. I'm not going to pin you to a particular date.
I'll get you the dates.
Or just the year. Is it this year or late last year?
It was earlier this year. It was around March, I believe.
Okay, but is it correct that you did an earlier round of assessments in the area some years ago?
No, that was another consultant. That was the group who prepared the preliminary landscape and visual impact assessment.
And what's the name of that group?
I can't recall. I didn't engage them.
Okay. And so you weren't involved in any earlier assessments, were you?
Not of this project, no.
All right. I just want to put some instructions to you to see if you can comment. You might remember before we looked at, I'll show you here, D17 and 18, those houses there.
Yes.
Now, D18, a man named Jeff Glare, Glare, lives there. Does that name ring a bell?
It does, insofar as they were a submitter to this project, and I'd put in a request to undertake an inspection of their dwelling in preparation of my expert witness statement, which wasn't granted. Okay.
See, let me just put what I've been told to you and then see what, if anything, you can say in response. What Mr. Glare tells me through the solicitor who instructs me is that you did conduct an assessment of his property some years ago, before 2019, that he contacted you wanting a new assessment, but that wasn't provided. So what's your version of things? Let's start with the question of, did you or anyone to your knowledge do an assessment of his property several years ago?
I haven't. The previous consultant may have, but I haven't.
Okay. And has the proponent shared with you the results of whatever previous assessments were done by this other outfit?
They may have. I haven't. I can't recall seeing them, no.
They're just two inconsistent answers. You said they may have, but, well, maybe they're not inconsistent. You're saying they may have, but you have no memory.
Again, I'm aware that there was a previous study undertaken. It was several years ago and prior to my involvement in the project, which commenced until I think it was 2018, 2009.
Would you agree?
I can confirm that we only undertook residential impact assessments from dwellings. It was earlier this year in 2022.
Okay. Would you agree that it would be helpful to the panel to see these older assessments?
I can't confirm. I haven't seen them, so I don't know. I don't know what resides in them.
Okay. And then in terms of the current round of assessments that you did, what do you say to the instructions that Mr. Blair asked you to look at his property and that wasn't done?
I can't confirm that was the case because I put in a specific request to inspect this dwelling in preparation of my expert witness statement.
And you say that wasn't taken up, your request?
The advice I received through, I think White and Case, was that wasn't accepted. It was White and Case or the proponent.
Okay.
In any case, it was formed one of the 3 dwellings that I'd requested to inspect.
Okay. And what were the ones that you asked to inspect, but then inspection wasn't permitted? Do you remember the numbers? If I show you the map, can you point them out?
I think I had it on my slide deck.
I can go to that. Do you remember the slide number, or was
would have been one of the last? Would have been one of the final slides.
Thank you. Here we go. 3 declined access, but you don't say which they're.
No, I think they are also in my reply evidence on 7 October.
I think I've got that too. Just bear with me.
So one was that the address was, are we able to provide addresses, or would you prefer?
Well, I'm in the panel's hands about that.
So,
but if you want to just
go to,
excuse me, I don't want to have, sorry, Mr. Burge, I don't want to have any names of residents, principal place of residency and their addresses associated together.
Okay. So I can direct you to the table starting on page 7 on my follow-up report. And there's 3 dwellings listed in there that I'd identified that I requested access that wasn't permitted.
I've got page 7 on the screen.
Okay.
We just can't, I can't see.
Okay, so it was, it's the 3rd dwelling there, 459 Nadu Road.
Yes.
Access was requested but not granted.
Yes. The others?
573 Tyrone North Road, Tyrone, which is on page numbered page 10, top of the table. Top of that table.
I'll just, yes.
Yeah, and the 3rd address was on that same slide, 137 Muddy Dam Road, Broadwater.
All right. Thank you for that. We may, Chair, have to have a little bit of evidence from Mr. Clare just to complete that picture, but subject to that, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Burge.
Thank you.
Mr. Fetter. The IAP has some questions through Member O'Neill. So, thank you, Member O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Birch. Just picking up on the line of questioning Mr. Fetter took you to in relation to the Budge BIM and particularly in relation to the photograph you've included in the visual assessment. You've included a number of photo montages in the visual assessment, and I'm just wondering why you hadn't, or whether you've undertaken them or haven't included them from those more, I guess, what are they? Significant landscape areas, so such as Budge BIM or from Mount Rouse.
Mount Rouse. Yeah.
Mount Rouse.
We had relied on, I guess, those distinguishing features of distance. So it is, I think, nearly 30 kilometres to the north of the project turbines. And in that view, we were able to observe that the closer turbines within the Macarthur wind farm, even at a smaller scale, weren't, they weren't dominant features in views. They were middle background elements, and we were a further 5 to 7 kilometres further in the distance. So for those reasons, a photo montage wouldn't have shown anything apparent or anything meaningful to the process. The view from Budge BIM, we had observed that, again, partly through distance, but screening provided by existing vegetation in the views of the project from that location that we had captured, is that it would be largely filtered or screened by existing vegetation, and relying on those factors. Tower Hill was at a distance and such a low viewing angle that it wasn't visible. The recreational trails to the south along the rail trail, same observations because of the flatness of the topography, distance, and the existing vegetation and nearby terrain, was that even if it was visible background element in the view, and that wouldn't have aided greatly. And those observations were supported by the wireframe view we prepared from the Princes Highway, which showed the same effect of scale over distance, albeit a slightly different, slightly closer location.
So in relation to Mount Rouse, you've obviously mentioned the Macarthur wind farm, and that a viewer will be seeing the turbines from both Willatook, if it's approved, and Macarthur from that vantage point, if you like. Have you considered the cumulative impact of, I don't know how many turbines it would be from that point, but the cumulative impact of viewing those turbines from that sensitive location?
We had, insofar as the prominence of turbines in the existing Macarthur wind farm, and the added distance for this project, and the diminution of the scale and prominence over distance. So again, if I don't know if you've had the opportunity to go to the lookout at Mount Rouse, there's quite clear and open views, unforceably, through the west, generally through to the north. There are views to the south, but they're not the dominant viewing direction. And in those direction, as views, as we pointed out in the assessment, I think it's at section viewpoint SL3, is that we've shown the scale of the projects over distance, and that can be confirmed when you're on site. So using the relatability of existing features and additional distance of this project, is that it can be discerned that they would be very much background and background elements in the view and not dominant.
So are you able to tell the panel how many turbines would be visible from Mount Rouse within that viewing corridor?
I'd suggest
with the proposed wind farm and Macarthur. I'd
suggest because of the elevated viewing location, is that there's a chance to see turbines in both all turbines in Macarthur and all turbines in this project.
So that's what, 59 plus how many is it Macarthur?
59 and 140 would be 199, nearly 200 turbines.
Okay, thank you.
So again, the considerations there was distance, prominence, viewing direction, and I guess the prominence of the turbines over those distances.
Miss Marshall took you to some questions about the Southwest Victoria Landscape Assessment Study and the Mount Rouse lava flow, and asked you some questions about the significance of that area, and whether you thought that it would be compromised or potentially undermined by the installation of additional turbines. Noting that it's not in a significant landscape overlay, would your findings have differed if it had been? I guess taking a step back, there's often many reasons why planning scheme amendments, take a long time to come on, be it council's budgets or, whatever reason is at play. But if there was a significant landscape overlay over that, would your views differ?
It would depend on what the description of the significant landscape overlay was and what it sought to protect, whether it was views or the landscape features themselves. And what I had observed is normally an overlay to these volcanic landscapes that are in the flatter terrains protects those features, and that was one of the requirements of the environmental effects statement, was to consider the effect on volcanic landscapes. So, you know, part of that was balanced against what we had seen of the turbines already located in that similar landscape setting. And in the most part, it didn't erode those values that were protected or recognised. They're highlighted in the Southwest Victoria Landscape Assessment and present in those views from those areas.
Because I guess it's not just the turbines sitting in the landscape. Obviously, there's, you know, I think 60 kilometres worth of a road network and the pads the turbines sit on and what have you. So, I mean, is that sort of eroding, for want of a better word, those significant elements of the landscape?
I don't think so, no, because as you get closer to these landscapes, there's limited locations where there's elevated views that look down onto that landscape where you would see the pads. You would still see the views across the undulating topography and terrain, the rock clusters, and the vegetated areas that, you know, are in and around those, and the turbines would sit in and amongst those. So you would still see the turbines in that context, but in eroding those features themselves is that they would not be altered.
But if the turbines or the road network being sited to avoid, you know, the rocky outcrops, or, you know, has there been an assessment of the on-ground features of the lava flow, and with a, you know, a view to avoiding or minimising disruption to that landscape?
Look, we'd considered them firstly through the observations of those turbines in the Macarthur wind farm. So the prominence of those turbine pads sitting in that landscape, and then the roadways leading up and to it. I guess two observations came out, and the first one I shared with you around the visual relationship to the base of the turbines and those settings. And the second is that, you know, the roads, while visible in part, they're not visible from all locations, and they're not dissimilar to many of the existing farm tracks that are already in and across some of these landscapes. So they're not a new addition to this landscape setting, if that makes sense.
But they could result in the demolition of parts of the landscape.
They would alter from some locations, but, you know, the tracks are limited in their extent, and their locations across the project area. I'm just seeing if I can find a map that shows them. I guess the answer is yes, we had considered them through those existing examples at Macarthur to the north, and as we said in the landscape and visual impact assessment, that the turbines appear to sit in the landscape rather than, you know, wholesale changes that manifests across, you know, views across that landscape.
Okay, I just can you see my screen?
I can.
Yeah. So this is an image of different scale turbines taken from your evidence. So from the Delburn at 250 metres down to, what's that, Chalcombe Hills?
Chalcombe Hills.
So Hills.
Chalcombe Hills is near the Grampians.
At 110 metres.
Yes.
And you say that the increase in height is noticeable, but the visibility of the larger turbines did not alter the impact.
No.
And you then say it does not appear the scale or height of the turbines is the cause for visual impact for most viewers. It seems from the montage that the higher turbines have greater visibility, so you can so can you just explain what you mean by this and how it doesn't alter the impact? And I guess when the IAP did its site visit last week, we visited Macarthur and what's the other one? And Dundonald, and
yes.
There's obviously differences in scales between the turbines at those two locations. And it seemed quite apparent from driving in that the Dundonnell ones were higher and larger than the Macarthur ones. So I'm just interested in your assessment in relation to the height.
Yeah, sure. So I guess firstly, stepping back to the criteria used to consider and assess visual impact assessment, partly it's visibility of the turbines and scale. It's also the sensitivity of the view and the landscape within which they are viewed or they're set within. Then it is distance and then viewer numbers. So the only thing that changes there is the potential height and scale of the turbines. And so those other factors, the viewer numbers, the landscape sensitivity and the visibility of the project doesn't change. You've got taller turbines in the view. Those observations were also made and supported in the proposals to increase the turbine heights for the approved wind farms at Hawkesdale, Woolsthorpe and Ryan Corner, where comparative photo montage is prepared to show the approved turbine height, which I think was 126 metres or thereabouts, might have been 130, and the proposal to increase those to their now approved turbine height of, I think it's 170 metres. So what those comparative photo montages showed, and it was compared across all the baselines assessments, that the visual impact, the turbines were noticeably larger, but the underwriting principles that contribute to visual impact, not just visibility, don't change, and the levels of assessed impact stay the same. And what that's showing here in the image is that we still see a turbine in the landscape. And I think for most viewers, if the predisposition is that they don't appear to like the appearance of turbines in the landscape, it won't matter whether it's 110 or 250 metres in height. And we've seen those objections increase and not increase. Those objections to wind farms have stayed the same, regardless of what the turbine height is. So it's more, it's the presence of the turbines in the view rather than the height.
Because notwithstanding, obviously the 250 metre high one is more visually
more visually apparent,
dominant than a lower one at 110.
That's right. That is right. And then the way that we've responded to that in the various assessments, and you'll see this in a comparison between Hawkesdale and Ryan Corner, is that prominence is reflected by an increased distance from the turbines that's potentially, the turbines are potentially more dominant in. And what that has resulted in is an increase in the area where landscape screening has been required to be offered to neighbouring dwellings. So the original approvals for those projects was 3 kilometres, and I think the current approvals extends that now out to 4 kilometres, which accommodates the increased turbine height and potential dominance where visible from those sensitive locations. And I think also put in the evidence here that there's an existing example not far from here where there are smaller turbines constructed in the Willatook South wind farm in an area that's very close to the constructed turbines in the Mirrabel wind farm. Willatook South are, I think, 126, 130 metres, and the Mirrabel turbines are 170 metres to 175 metres to the tip of the blade. As you're driving through that area, because of the dynamic nature of the views and the consistency of the landscape setting and other features, is that you don't look at one turbine or another and say, well, that's clearly a 130 metre high turbine belonging in the Willatook South, or that's 173 in the Mirrabel wind farm. It's a large turbine in the landscape that's visible. You can't discern the height or the relativity of the height. You see the turbine in the landscape, not the height and scale itself.
Mm-hmm. Just in relation to the impact on dwellings and your visual assessment in relation to the dwellings, at page 29 of your evidence, you know, that dwelling 124, that it will be challenging to mitigate views of the project. And I think there was one dwelling out of the 25 or so that you've assessed that was sort of the, I guess, the standout one, if you like.
Yeah.
And sorry, And then you make the comment that the project would not reside in views of protected features or landscapes, and as such a redesign or removal of turbines was not considered necessary. But do you agree that the policy and planning guidelines do not require that in reference to dwellings and rather refer to measures to minimise impacts from dwellings?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So it's not about considering whether it's a protected landscape.
Mm.
They're two different things. A protected landscape is a different setting versus a dwelling.
Sorry, I think what I was getting at there is that in the most part, for most dwellings assessed, is that there would be some locations and dwellings where there are views across the landscape, where the turbines would reside in those views. And applying, I guess, similar methodologies and principles for other wind farm approvals is considering whether or not landscape screening would assist in mitigating those views. Where I was talking to the views to prominent features or landscapes might be a historic homestead that's directly oriented to Mount Rouse that's a prominent feature in views, and turbines would reside in those key view lines. Is that that could be an adjustment to the project could assist with that. There were no locations observed where I picked up that as a setting or an outcome that might be required.
I had trouble locating that dwelling. Have you got a plan at hand you can show us which one it is? It's 124.
Yeah, that was one of the dwellings that we had been requested to remove from the assessment. I can bring that up on screen.
Is that why it's not on a plan?
That's right, or I can share it separately. That notwithstanding, Dr. Williamson did include a view from that dwelling 124 in his evidence. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, bear with me 1 second.
That's okay.
So in Dr. Williamson's evidence, it's the view from figure 29A, his viewpoint 66. So we have visited and we have assessed that dwelling, but again, at the request of the owner, we haven't included, we removed it from the environmental effects statement. But what that shows is the dwelling is, it is elevated on a local hill. There are very clear views to the north, through to the south, through east. And because of the way that topography falls away through there and the elevated setting of the dwelling, is that I considered landscape screening to be a challenging proposition for that dwelling, which I think had been recorded in the summary statement that I'd included in the report.
So in the absence of that, I guess the scoping requirements require that the proponent consider potential design and siting options to minimise visual amenity impacts on neighbouring residences. So have you done this in relation to that dwelling?
From that dwelling, that wouldn't be possible.
What do you mean?
That would the majority of the turbines in the project are viewed from that one dwelling.
Right. Okay. So that led on to my next question. What changes would be required to ameliorate that?
Yeah, so look, landscape screening might be successful. It would be, as I say, challenging because of the topography as we've observed when we're on site. And I think it's one of those dwellings that I think, to pick up on earlier comments from Mr. Fetter, is that I am inclined to say it's one of those dwellings that has a high level of visual impact that cannot be mitigated, and I won't be swayed on that.
So would that dwelling be subject to, would that dwelling be able to view other wind turbines from other wind farms?
So that dwelling is at the extreme eastern, western edge of the project. at that time, I didn't note the prominence of turbines in the Macarthur wind farm from that dwelling. There is the chance that the turbines in the Hawkesdale and Woolsthorpe wind farm further to the east might be visible, and the turbines in the Ryan Corner wind farm would be at a considerable distance. Just let me see if I think we would have commented on. So in the summary assessment in the report from that dwelling, the table is that we had put in the consideration there of distances to other constructed and approved wind farms.
And so what are they?
We had observed that the nearest turbine of Macarthur is approximately 12 kilometres to the northeast. And I hadn't put in the distances to the other wind farms because they were at a reasonable distance. So this is one of those dwellings that, we'd observed similar to the Delburn wind farm, where it is, acknowledged that there will be dwellings with a high level of visual impact that cannot be mitigated. And I think, we've reported on those as we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just.
Remember, Neil, you.
Yes.
Oh,
sorry, I was just
Thank you.
just trying to find the just trying to juggle two screens. So this is one of the wireframes in the visual assessment, and it includes turbines from Ryan Corner.
Mm-hmm.
And you make the observation that the project may be noticeable but would not be a dominant element.
Yes.
From looking at that image, there seems to be quite a number of turbines from that view. So I'm just interested in how you sort of landed on that conclusion.
So what we're seeing there is that that image does in fact overstate the visibility of the turbines in several key ways. One is that we've used a coloured wire diagram that doesn't reflect the muted tones of turbines in the background. The second is that the height is exacerbated because we've got the turbine number sitting on top of the blade so that they can be identified if we zoom in. So we're magnifying that by a factor. And the other is that we haven't included in that view screening provided by topography and vegetation. So what we're seeing is basically a smooshed in view of the turbines over that landscape setting that's not had any rendering done to it.
So sorry, where are the numbers of the turbines?
Sorry, so the red turbines are the turbines in the nearby Ryan Corner wind farm.
Yes.
So if you go up to I think it's the image just above that.
Yes. Oh, I see.
Yeah. So the additional height, and if you go to the photo montages, I'll see if I've got them here. So the higher resolution photo montages on the.
Do you want to show that?
Yeah. Let me know when you have that screen.
Yes.
Okay, so there's two components to that. One is the existing view, which is the full view. The second is what we would ordinarily call the existing setting, which is a photo montage that we would prepare with the turbines in the approved but not yet constructed wind farm. Ordinarily, we would render those out, and then the turbines are themselves in the background of the Willatook wind farm only. So, zooming right in is that we can see the turbine numbers. We can also see that, we haven't attempted to crop in the effect of topography, so that, as we say in the report, is that you would see the upper portions of the turbines, but not all. And again, you can see that the height of those is exacerbated because we've got the number of the turbines sitting above them. And I think, if you were to go out on site, this is the view that you might take. This is the 60-degree horizontal field of view printed on A0. And again, we're looking at the exacerbation of the height by turbines and zooming right in on that, and the lack of filtering or screening of existing features in the view.
So, I mean, I think Dr. Williamson is critical of the angle that you've taken the photo montages with, and I think it's his evidence that it would actually be, in reality, would be more extensive than what is shown in your montages.
So I think his criticism is of the views that are included in the report, which we deliberately included just to show as context. But if you go back up to, I think it's section 3 in the LVIA, the methodology talks about photo montages and how best to interpret and view the photo montages. So, as my preferred method is to include a view of the existing scene at each viewpoint, so that the reader can acknowledge what it is that we're seeing and observing, and the conclusions that we're drawing, particularly in the qualitative statements below. So topography, vegetation, fences, distance, and those kinds of things. And I think vegetation is one that's been highlighted here in several questions. And then the photo montages, which is the technically correct view for technical and perceptual accuracy to view the project, is the photo montages included in the rear of the report. But more importantly, these views, the 60-degree views, are to be enlarged on an A0 sheet and taken out to the field to view.
Okay. I think just one more question. Mr. Burge, do you? I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. So this is figure 8.56 in the visual assessment.
Yes.
And so that you note the Ryan Corner wind farm would be highly visible, and that the character would be of a rural wind farm landscape.
Yeah.
So is there a reason that you haven't prepared a wireframe or a montage from this location to illustrate the cumulative impact of the Ryan Corner and the proposed Willatook?
Only insofar as the view from the Princess Highway is, I think, for some could be considered as an extension of the Great Ocean Road, and a view that's potentially more significant in terms of its impacts as a sensitivity level to those road users. So here we didn't do one for those locations, but we have prepared 2 other photo montages from further to the north.
Okay. And this rural wind farm landscape, is that sort of a defined character type anywhere, or is that sort of your terminology of what the landscape is becoming?
Look, it's not something that I've seen included somewhere before. I have included it because I think it is important to recognise that, you know, there are some areas where turbines are installed in these landscape settings, and what does that mean? But in no uncertain terms has it been used to erode the sensitivity of these landscapes. It just recognises there will be some areas with farming areas where there are turbines and some areas where there aren't turbines. And I think if you look at the statements that support the designation of the sensitivity of these areas, is that we do fall back to those underlying principles of what's the land use, what's the underlying land use zone, are there any sensitivities attached to it, what's the topography, what's the vegetation, as those contributions to character, as well as turbines being present in there. So we're not saying it would be a moderate landscape setting and we've reduced it to low because there's turbines in it. It's recognition that it's a distinct landscape type.
Because I guess picking up on you know, what I've been understanding the council's submission to be, and that, you know, we heard a figure about wind farms occupying, I think it was about 12% of the overall shire. I mean, is this a character typology that's sought in the Moyne planning scheme or the local policy as an outcome for agricultural land?
I can't answer that question. That's a policy question that goes well beyond my area of expertise.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thanks, Mr. Birch.
Thank you. Thank you, Member O'Neill. Mr. Power, do you have any re-examination of Mr. Birch?
About 60 seconds, if I may, sir. I just want to be clear on something, Mr. Birch. You were asked some questions about this image, Budge Bin Peak looking east. So is this image looking due east from where this photograph was taken?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stop sharing and just show you this. All right, can you see my Google Maps image here? So
Yes.
if from your reply statement, well, I'll ask you that, are you able to sort of indicate where in Budge Bin that photo would have been taken, roughly? Or am I in the wrong spot altogether?
No, you're in the close spot. It's probably near the location where there's road and the tree symbol.
Just near there.
Yeah, and I think if you zoom in a little further, you might be able to see the trig station in the view.
I was looking for the trig station actually. So
yes, if you go up to, sorry, just pull the image down.
Down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
is that it?
No, the other way.
Sorry. Pull it down. Gotcha. Yep.
That's it. So if you follow the trail, there's Porter's pit site.
Yes.
So then if you go over to the crest, sorry, to your left, to the west, there's that trail.
Yes.
That trail, you see that the node at the top of the hill. Sorry, no, other way. Down there. This is really hard, isn't it?
It is. Is that it there?
That's it about there, yes.
Okay. So looking due east, is that MacArthur Wind Farm?
Correct.
I can't see it from the photograph, of course, but is MacArthur Wind Farm visible from that location? Do you happen to know?
It wasn't apparent. I didn't note it as being a noticeable feature in views when I was out on site.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thanks very much. That's it from me, sir.
Thank you, and appreciate your time, Mr. Birch. Apologies, we're a bit over time, so thank you. Maybe excuse